You always want your clients to respect you. You always want your clients to respect you. You always want the people you're interning with to respect you. And that goes off with your public image. If you think, should I delete this? If you got to think about it, 9 times 10, you should delete it.
Very true. Very true. So, Aaron, you spoke a little bit earlier about how this is a sales-based industry. I wanted you to kind of dive into that a little more. What skill sets does sales entail? What skill sets do you think is important in the sports industry?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of skills when it comes to that. I mean, because you just don't get on the phone and just call people and start selling. You know, you got to do some research. You got to figure out, you know, who's the customer, try to figure out what's their problem. Do you have a solution to their problem? You know, it's taking it from a, you know, just a very logical, almost an Iraq, you know, kind of thing. Like, what's the issue? And break it on down from there. But also, I mean, just other skills. I mean, you know, sales is kind of one of those things you just kind of do. You have to just get out and do it. And I think that kind of speaks to sort of like the nature of this business. There's a certain type of extrovertism, if that's a word. There's a certain type of, you just have to go out and just go do it and, you know, kind of figure it out, be comfortable with stumbling and learning along the path. You know, because, you know, for me, and sales can be anything. You know, for me, sales was my second internship, was at the University of South Carolina in athletics development, which is just basically a fancy word for fundraising, which is sales. I have to ask people to donate to our school, our athletic department. And so you learn different types of selling. You know, my very first job was at Finish Line. You know, you learn that selling shoes at Finish Line is different. That's inbound selling versus outbound. Now I have to sell something to somebody, you know, so I just encourage everybody to just, you know, again, if it's selling shoes, clothes, fundraising, you know, work with a nonprofit and do a phone drive and help them raise money. That's selling. You know, learn some of those skills, because it's those skills that apply to what I do as an agent. You know, I have to read people and react on the fly. You know, I thought I was going to go this way, but they said something totally different. Okay, I got to craft my message in real time to connect them, because I want to make the sale. I want to, you know, close the deal. So, you know, just any practical experience you can get like that. I mean, I don't know if anybody sold Cutco knives in here. I didn't, but if you did that, I mean, it's, you know, if you can do that, you can sell anything.
I think people are going to buy what they want and they're going to return what they don't need, right? So when you really think about it, you can't be so focused on selling, right? You got to be who you are. And we could talk about that all day, the uniqueness of you. Be who you are, you know, approach people genuinely. And I think that is that's the sell, right? But you also have to pay attention to the room. You got to see how people are looking, the body language that they have. I still remember we had one recruiting trip and we had our whole deck created. It looked good. We were ready to go. And we sat down, and the lady that was interviewing us, she said, "I don't want to see any deck. I have a bunch of questions for you." Right. And she just started rattling off questions and we started answering them. But for some reason, I wanted to go back to my deck so bad, because I was like, I did a lot of work for the deck. So I was like, "Well, ma'am, you know, it's in the deck." She's like, "I don't want to see the deck," you know? So, but that after she said that once or twice, we realized, like, all right, this deck, we're not bringing it up at all anymore, right? Because that's not what she really wants. So really just got to be you. Again, people are they're going to buy what they want and they're going to return what they don't need. So if you're not you and they buy what you're selling, they're going to, like they talked about yesterday, they're going to switch agents. They're going to go find somebody else that can meet their needs. So just be yourself. And I think that helps you with the sale.
I think sales in itself, the word sales is an art form, right? And I think Ryan is right in terms of, you can't be salesy, right? You can't come off as cheesy or fluff, but there is a art to making sure your best foot is always forward. And I think that starts with, you know, if you're a salesperson, and I actually, before I became an agent, I had over 10 years of actual real sales experience in corporate. You have to have an inner competitor, because a lot of the times you're competing against yourself. You're competing to wake up and call that recruit again. Maybe he didn't pick up yesterday, or you're calling his mom, or you're competing to do this same thing over and over again. For the most part, we do the same thing every year, right? We strive to get clients. We go after a new batch of clients. We're retaining our current clients. So you have to have an inner fire that says, get up, do it again. How can you do it better? How can you do it different? That takes a sales mentality, because if you don't, you're going to get complacent, or you'll get lazy, or you'll be like, oh, I don't got to do it today. And when you say, oh, I don't got to do it today, that person went right by you. So, and then the best sellers are really usually the most authentic. They're just themselves. They're really not selling, but they are, because they're themselves, and people are buying the authenticity and the generosity.
So sales is a lifestyle. It's a mindset. That's what I got from you guys' answers, right? So last year and this year, I've heard combine so much that I went and did some research on it. I think I'm gonna go next year. Can you guys tell us some events, some networking conferences and things that the people in the audience who are looking to get in the industry, where should they go?
Well, yeah, the NFL in particular there, and the NBA as well, and I'm sure baseball. There's very few times where everyone is in the same room at the same time. So, for football, it's always generally combine, except for the Rams now. The draft usually, but again, that's a little bit of a different time. Super Bowl is another good opportunity. So those are, there is no, hey, welcome to the NFL conference, but that might as well be the NFL combine. NBA All-Star Weekend, Summer League, first couple of days is about the same. Baseball's winter meetings, I'm sure. Yep. So yeah, those are, it's less of, if you're trying to get in the industry and, especially on the team side, those are the places you need to be. But of course, if teams are there, agents are going to be there. So these are like the informal conferences that we have in our industry.
Yeah, so I would agree. I won't list all of them, but I will say be like Aaron was saying, be at the places, I call them like critical mass events where everybody is going to be there, right? Go on, put it on your calendar. Hey, these are the events I got to be at every single year. And go, you'll go for the first year. You may not know anyone. You may build some good connections. The next year, you'll know more people. The next year, people are going to say, hey, how you doing, right? Like, they're going to be reaching out to you. So just continue to show up over and over and over at those critical mass events. And I think you'll be successful. And just look up each one, right? In each sport, whatever sport you're interested in, and find yourself there. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that quickly. If you have a small trusted group, it's okay to go in a group, because these trips can be expensive. And so if you think you want to go by yourself, if you have the funds to do that, by all means, go ahead. But if you have a small trusted group of people that you can go with, you all have the same goals and want to achieve the same things, I would go with a small group, just because, whether you're going to dinners or flying and all that and hotels, you got to remember these events, hotels are marked up times 3 or 4. So are Airbnb, so is Uber. So anytime you can share those costs, especially as you're starting out, that makes great sense.
And I would also add with the groups, I think that's a great recommendation. You can play off of one another's strengths, right? Like if there's 3 of you in one room, you work the room together, right? You don't need to meet everybody. If they met somebody, another one met someone, and then you meet someone, y'all all met them, right? Essentially, it's just a matter of how you stay in communication and how you bring somebody else into a conversation. So really, it's you can work a room better with more people. So the groups is a great recommendation.
That's an interesting perspective. A lot of times we hear people say don't go with people because you're bringing your competition, but I never thought about it like that. That's actually great nugget. Are there any other resources you would give to people who want to get internships in the industry, websites or anything like that?
Well, obviously, shameless plug. We're here at the Diverse Representation Sports Agent Bootcamp. So this would be probably the number one greatest resource to go find internships. But, some other ones, I think, especially for legal related folks, conduct detrimental is another one, I believe. It has a lot of entertainment and some sports jobs as well, or internships. I think it's entertainmentcareers.net is another one. I don't know how much that one gets updated as much. I haven't been on there in a couple of years. So those are some websites. But again, I would encourage you all to, try to meet people, try to reach out to people, schedule, calls and informational interviews and things like that, because it's always, if you can get on the phone with me or someone else and, explain your story, they may say, hey, I may not have something, but I know Ryan's looking for an intern. Send me your resume. I'm gonna text him and, we'll see what happens. So just, do the websites, do everything. But the best thing in this industry, I think, is if you can get that direct connection. And like Ryan and Orlando said, just keep reaching out, be persistent. Sometimes we may not see it. Sometimes it's a busy season, but be persistent and, you'll get your hits.
Yeah, so I'll put out I agree with Aaron. Diverse representation is a great place. You can also go to @DivineSportsENT on Instagram, and we do post our internships whenever we do them. We normally do them every 3 to 6 months, just depending on what we need. So you'll see things come out there. But I also would say, you don't want to take every internship. You want to make sure the person that you're learning from is credible. And that you're actually going to have a valuable experience, because your time is important, right? So when you do apply for an internship, I think it's a good practice is to ask whoever you're applying to if you can speak to someone that has done an internship with them prior, because you don't want to go into a toxic environment. You don't want to go into any environment that's not going to be conducive to your learning and growth. So I would say if you're going to jump into an internship, ask those questions. I think that's your right as a person that's getting ready to put forth a lot of effort to help grow a company and learn. So that would be my recommendation.
Obviously you're at the best platform where you can get interns, right? You're at a sports agent boot camp, not only hosted by Southern University Law Center, but diverse representation. So I would start with those immediate resources. Secondly, I would look at your own resources. You probably don't know who you know, right? We don't use our resources enough. You don't know if your mom or your dad went to college with somebody that knows an agent. That's usually how people get interns, right? Is because they know somebody. So I would say, second, you look at your own personal resources. Go through your phone, literally, and look at, okay, who do I know? Who does my mom know? Who does my aunt know? Who does my dad know? Who does my professor know? Right? Who does my athletic coach know? Who does my high school coach know? I guarantee you, within 6 degrees of separation, somebody you know knows somebody. Okay, that's one point. I think the last point is look up and research who you are emailing. Look at the type of company. Look at the layers of the company. That can determine how fast you're gonna get a response sometimes. If you see an email address that says info, it may be going to somebody direct, it may not. If you see somebody's name at the company, it's probably going to them. So those are little small tricks that you can pay attention to. Be ready to talk about the company. Don't reach out to anybody and say, hey, I want to know more about you. People have done that. That lets me know already you don't know who you're talking to and you're not prepared for an intern. Always be ready, because somebody may see something to you from a 5-minute conversation and want to hire you. Always be ready.
Yeah, I just want to add something to what Orlando said. Go through your own personal networks, man. Like, I'm sure the majority of us are from the South, but this applies to everywhere. It's like, man, this is small connected business. I can't tell you how many times my mom's an engineer. Can't tell you how many times she's talked to a coworker and a coworker said, oh, my son just started college and he thinks he want to be a sports agent. She go, well, my son is an agent. He should talk. And I'm having a conversation, mentoring somebody. Like, that happens all the time. And so this is where it's upon you guys to be confident in saying, hi, my name is XYZ and I want to be a sports agent. Hi, my name is ABC and I want to work in sports marketing, because you never know. Again, my mom's coworker was an engineer in Mississippi. And now next thing you know, her son is talking to a sports agent in Los Angeles. And that's just the power of a network, of just being small and connected people, again, from an area where everybody goes and does everything.
And just to add to that, there's a lot of people that have daytime jobs, right? So that may not be your passion, right? So if your passion is, I want to work in sports, say you want to do sports marketing or you want to be an agent, when you meet people, you can tell them what you do, your 9 to 5 or whatever you want to call it. If you want, you could say, hey, I'm an office manager. You can tell them that right away. Or you could say, I'm an aspiring agent, or I'm an aspiring sports marketing person. I think that would better serve you to get to where you want to go. So think about how you're communicating, what you're communicating, and the reason you're communicating certain things. So there's times you may need to talk about being your office manager or whatever it is you do. But there's other times where you need to put on the hat of, hey, this is what I aspire to be. This is where I want to go, to help you, be able to network and get into the door. So.
And also for those real quick, and I know Ryan can attest to this, for those that are in the Greek letter organizations, the fraternities and sororities, please lean on the shield. You join the organizations for a reason. Like, that's part of the brotherhood and the sisterhood. So lean on it.
But be a good brother and a good sister.
That too. Don't mess it up for somebody else.
Exactly. Don't lean on the shield and be a sorry, t-shirt wearer. Okay. Like, but yeah, there are people in every.
Well, all three of us.
I'm about to say Alpha, Omega, Kappa. Like, so.
Stop lying, Ryan.
Y'all
have t-shirt wearers too.
GDI
get us back on topic, please.
GDI over here don't know what's going on. So I hope you guys are taking notes. They're dropping gems. You don't know who you know. Remember that. Short, sweet, and to the point. Best advice you can give to the audience.
Be fearless, and be fearless. And I said this yesterday. Don't get comfortable hearing no, but understand you're going to hear no. Like, again, to use the baseball analogy, if you're hitting 300, you're an all-star. If you're hitting 400, you're in the Hall of Fame. That still means 6 to 7 times out of 10, you are not getting on base. You are failing. You just got to count your wins, keep going out there, keep swinging the bat.
So I'll say 2. Can I give 2? Okay. So 1, me and my friends always say this: creativity makes you money, right? So be creative, right? The more creative you can be, the more opportunities you'll have. So I would say be creative. And then the second is lift as you climb. So, and this is Women's History Month, right? So I would definitely encourage you to look up the women's suffrage movement, but lift as you climb is something that I live by. And I think if you continue to move up, whatever it is, and you bring people along with you, you'll be successful, because they'll be in different networks that you now can go back to and attach to as well. So those would be my 2.
I would just say, don't live life in regret. You don't want to look back and say, I should have. Just do it. Not shouting out Nike. Get it done.
So in this current hustle and grind culture, I think we push, getting up and getting to it. But what do you guys do to tend to your mental health? What do you do to shut out the noise?
Man, sometimes I just like to unplug. It's hard. I would love to put my phone on airplane mode sometimes. I'll just put it on vibrate instead. But for me, I like to watch movies, listen to music, just really just hang out and relax, whenever I can. Like, I go out so much for work and different events and things. Like, when I don't have to do it, me and my wife, we're just at home chilling, relaxing. So, enjoy those little things, too. Like, me and her go grocery shopping to, chill out. Like, just, I enjoy doing normal things though, because this, life gets a little hectic at times.
Yeah. So at our company, we have 10 values and beliefs. And one of them is, one of our values and beliefs is we believe in balanced lives, faith, family, football, and philanthropy. So for me, I do my best to stay balanced. So I really try to focus on my mental, spiritual, and physical health. So every day, I set some boundaries up. So I'll start my day out really just focused on my spiritual and physical, right? And then throughout the day, I'll do some research to just learn more about the industry from a mental standpoint. But those are I try to put boundaries up. I do my best not to take any calls before a certain time. I do my best. There's times you have to answer, but usually if I'm I'm not going to answer this before this time, because I'm working on me. I gotta be in the right rhythm to go into my day and, really be able to service the clients that we work for. And then it's just waking up every day. You just got to keep waking up. There's always going to be stuff to do. Just keep waking up, stay encouraged. Don't feel like there's ever too much, because there's always a lot, right? Just keep waking up and keep Try to stay as balanced as you can. And it's not always easy. Sometimes there is an imbalance, but I would say try to stay as balanced as you can and focus on, the things you can control. So that's how I would say I deal with my mental health, physical health, and spiritual as well.
Kind of same. I'm still working on it, but kind of the same.
Balance is important. Routine is important. Unplugging is important. I want to thank you guys so much for being so candid and, giving us these gems. Like I said, I hope you guys were taking notes.
Good morning. Thank y'all. We're going to open up the floor now for any questions.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Applewhite. I'm a 3L at Loyola University College of Law. And my question is, as a soon-to-be law school graduate, and then I'll be taking the bar in July, how should I really approach the job process? Should I just network and wait till after I take the bar, or should I just network and apply for positions, but then tell them, hey, I really can't start until August?
That would be my advice. Never stop networking. Just because, there might not be a job available now, but there could be a job available in August, September. You don't want to wait until that process is done and then say, oh, I'm gonna start looking for jobs. Focus on the bar. Obviously, that's your main thing. But if you can take, an hour break and do, 1 20-minute phone call with somebody, if you can do that once a week, that'll be, great. So just try to keep consistent with it, but, make sure you keep the main thing the main thing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joey Jones, student at Arizona State. I just want to know some ways you guys continue to invest into yourself. I know one of you said that yesterday, but y'all just continue to invest into us. Like, how do you guys invest into yourselves to make yourselves better?
I think it's not only conversation amongst us. I think we invested in ourselves last night, just talking and sharing stories, but also reading things that's going on in the industry, reaching out to our peers who had far more greater years than us, is ways that we invest in ourselves. But more importantly, just staying sharp. I think the best way we invest in ourselves is having open, honest, candid conversations amongst one another. Because Ryan is going to go through something different than I, or Javon is going to go through something different than Aaron. And so as long as we're open and honest about that, that is a good way, along with just reading and staying sharp.
Yeah, I keep a subscription to Sports Business Journal. I try to keep up with just industry trends at large, business trends at large. I mean, understanding how the stock market and rising interest rates might affect, the sports industry. There's a little less investor cash to roll around. Things might start getting tight. Like, these things are all interrelated. So keep that perspective, understand that, the sports is an industry. You want to stay on top of those trends, but understand it's a bigger world out there too. And then also, kind of like Orlando was saying, I talk to my mentors. I try to talk to, at least, I have several mentors. Some are in sports, some aren't. Try to keep those relationships at least, once a month, just to check in, say, hey, how's everything going? Just to keep me in perspective, because these guys have 10, 20, 30 years, just more life experience than I do. What I think that I'm going through right now at 31, that's the biggest thing in the world. They'll break it down and say, man, this is nothing. Like, just relax. So that definitely helps too.
Yeah, and I would say we do a lot on Instagram. Like Mike and myself, we send each other stuff all day. I'm like, man, I didn't even know that. And he'll be paying attention to something. He'll send to me and then we'll have a conversation about it. Or I'll talk to another agent about it. Just continuing to understand, and think through, why do you think this situation happened? In the military, we call it war gaming. Like, you're always war gaming, trying to figure out, hey, if we are presented with this situation, how do we approach it? Right. So doing a lot of war gaming. And then I really have a person, I feel like, for everything. So if I want to know something about finance, I go to my finance person. I'm like, hey, what's going on in the finance industry? Let me know. And we're all connected on social media and in group chats as well. So they'll send me stuff and I'll send them stuff. So really it's just exchanging information. That's one way to stay sharp. And then I think the other is being very intentional One thing Mike and I do is we read a book every month, right? And we encourage one another to read a different book so he can share something that he learned from a book and I'll share something that I learned from a book. We do the same thing spiritually, right? We're Christians and we look at the Bible, so we'll share things from the Bible to one another. So I think it really comes down to being intentional about what you're going to do, and then also having a couple people or some accountability partners to help you learn that are sending things, that can send things and information your way.
Question. What's, in you guys' opinion, what is some of the most respected credentials or accreditations in your field?
NFLPA certification. That's about the only one that really matters. MBPA certification, MLBPA certification, those are really the only ones that truly matter. I mean, an MBA looks great, a JD looks great. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to get the job, the client, anything. The team will deal with you, nothing, you know.
And I think all your financial certifications, if that's the field that you want to be in when working in sports, those are good. You could spend a lot of money, you know, going to all these different courses and getting all these certifications. But I think if you want to be in this industry, and your money is probably better spent getting a certification to be an agent than probably a lot of other certifications that are out there. So, and then obviously any type of secondary education you can get, MBA or a master's in sports marketing, whatever it is, those things will help you as well. Just be leery of the pop-up NIL certifications that come out there that cost $1,000 or $2,500. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Please.
Good morning. My name is Avery Thomas, and the nuggets that you were giving was more, or it seemed more tailored to, I guess, students. And so my question for you guys is, as an attorney, I've been barred now for about 5 years. What would be your advice into getting into that field? Would it be those internships, or would it be, you know, trying to get a job into one of your organizations? Like, what does that look like for me?
So I was about to say, I'm gonna put her on the spot.
Go ahead.
There's a nice young lady right there in a white sweater looking right at you.
Hi.
That can probably give you some great advice on that.
Okay, thank you.
Ditto.
I would also say we talked yesterday about bringing value. So I think as an attorney, you can bring immediate value to any organization. So like I talked about earlier, the leverage that interns have, some interns have more leverage than others, right? So as an attorney, you've taken the time to learn a craft, become an expert, right? So I think you can bring some immediate value. Now, what a company or an organization could do is teach you a lot more about the sports world. So I think there's some humility that you have to, you know, step to the plate with as well to be able to take that information and grow. But that's what I would say, you know, use your leverage, you know, as an attorney.
You had a question right here.
Hi, my name is R.A. and I'm a 3L at Barry University School of Law. My question is, how do you toe the line between being persistent and being overzealous? Like, how many emails is too much, or how many phone calls is too much?
You gotta read the room, right? You gotta, I mean, listen, you know what's too much for you. It's really what's too much for the person that's receiving it. But that's in a sense, that's not up for you to decide, because you have to keep going, right? That you may decide not to send an email, and that may be the day that they were going to respond. You don't know that, right? I do understand there is a respect of being overzealous or blowing people up. Kind of the rule of thumb is, I usually, when I was starting out, I would wait a few days, or I would wait a week, just to let it cycle through and be fresh. I never would really reach out to anybody every single day. But you have to be confident in your communication. You got to feel confident in what you're doing, right? For some people, they may like you hitting them up every day or every week. And it's like, oh, they really want this opportunity. And then for others, they may say, it's a little too much. I didn't respond yet. You know, did they get the picture? But you don't know that. Listen, all they can do is not respond. It's not going to hurt you, right? If they don't respond, then the job won't for you anyway.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, a real life example. So in 2018, I was 18 or 19. I was interning with the Seahawks and working like different pro days with them. And I met the director of college scouting with the Giants, and we had a good conversation when we met. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to follow up. I followed up right away. No response. A couple months later, followed up again. No response. I did this probably 3 or 4 more times. No response. And then I got invited to a Facebook event in New York. So I was like, I'm going to go to the Facebook event. I'm in New York. I'm like, let me just hit him up one more time, see what happens. Maybe he responds. I hit him up. He responds and says, come by the building. Literally came by the building, had an interview, got the opportunity on the spot because I continued to stay persistent. So there's not like a hit him up every 1 or 2 times or once every month, but it's, you kind of got to, like Orlando was saying, you read the room, you feel the situation. If you're in close proximity to a person, it's an opportunity to re-engage and let them know, hey, I'm in this area.
Exactly.
You know, is there an opportunity to grab coffee or just stop by and say hello? I think it's all about how you craft your message, right? So that just keep on if that's what you want.
Yeah, I would definitely piggyback on that and just almost you tell a story, you know, say, hey, I'm going to be in LA. I would love to grab coffee. Oh, I just finished my 2L year and we just finished this class and I've gained a new perspective. Still love to reach out. Oh man, I just completed my first internship at here, you know, still would love the opportunity to talk. Like just be persistent like that, but tell a story too if you can. And like you said, if you're ever going to be in that area where that person is, always just use that as an easy point to follow up. Or you're like, hey, I see you're going to be here, or I know the combine's coming up and I'm going to be there too. Would you like to reach out? You know, something like that.
And the storytelling is very important because like we talked about, it's very competitive. You got a lot of people reaching out, but if we can see your trajectory and you growing along the way, it's like, oh, wow, they did this and they did this and they did this. Let me respond. Not saying that's what we're waiting for, but sometimes that will pique your interest as a person that is looking for highly talented individuals.
Good morning. I wanted to know, each person said a different way to communicate. Do you prefer that someone not reach out to you on Instagram or just only emails or just only LinkedIn? Because sometimes if you're on social media, it might feel a little bit too informal. And I always think maybe they're not taking me as seriously as I would like because I'm reaching out on Instagram. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've connected with people via Instagram, but it almost kind of goes back to what Orlando said. It's like, okay, you reach out on Instagram. That was the first thing I'm gonna do. Go view your profile. So, you know, if that doesn't align with, you know, what you're saying or what I'm looking, then it's like, I don't know. I'll get to that later, you know. And so that's why I think, you know, I personally think LinkedIn's a little bit better. You know, email, if you can get that person's email, great. But, you know, LinkedIn is like, oh, boom, let me go see what your work experience. Okay, sure. Let's set some time up to talk.
Yeah, so I would say it definitely depends on the person. Like I spend majority of my time on Instagram. And that's only because there's a lot of players on there. Like that's where I do a lot of my work. So that's one place that I do spend time. So if you hit me up on Instagram, I may be like, okay, great. I'll connect with you. I'll email you. We'll talk on another platform. But I think email is good as well. I just get so many emails, spam emails, that sometimes I just miss it, right? And text message is the worst. Like, it's just not good. I'm not a good texter. So even my players, like when we talk on Instagram. So it kind of just depends on the person and what platform they use most. because they'll be more responsive on the platform they use the most.
I would concur. And for me, I have to get used to talking to people on Instagram DM because I'm so used to people getting hacked so like I had to get you like literally like I'm really having a real conversation via Instagram DM, right?
Just don't click on anything.
I don't click on nothing. Even real people I know, like if you was to DM me, I'd be like, where you from? And you'd be like, what you mean it's me? I do that to make sure it's you. But nevertheless, it's all about how, if you want to do Instagram, it's about your messaging and how you approach it. Like I would almost DM, for me personally, I appreciate the DMs that are formal. Hey, Orlando, how you doing? I'm such and such, blah, 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 blah. Don't just come in my DM. Yo, I want to be this. So I want to do that. Like have some professionalism with it. If you choose to shoot a DM, I'm usually accessible to pretty much any and everything. My phone is like a walk-in office, which most of our phones are. So I see mostly all of everything. Some things I don't see right away like others, but you can call, you can text, you can email. Email is probably the least one I don't check as quick. But if it's something that comes directly to my phone, I'm gonna see it and I'll reply accordingly.
Yeah. I was gonna say just the Instagram etiquette. If you are gonna shoot a DM, make sure it's formal. And this is for any athletes that are out there as well too, who are trying to hit agents up looking for representation. You know, it's not a yo, I'm looking for an agent. Can we talk? It's, you know, introduce yourself. It's, you know, like you said, hi, Aaron, how are you? My name is. Same thing, like same that applies for you guys, applies for athletes. Just err on the side of formalities because you don't know who that person is that you're talking to.
And let me say this real quick. Look at it like this. You are trying to penetrate somebody's priority circle, right? All of us have our family, our colleagues, our clients, and then our regular friends or whatever. We have a circle of priority of people that we talk to or that we're going to respond back to quickly, right? You're trying to break that. So it's like a force field. You got to keep going up against it until you break it, until you get into that priority circle for me to say, oh, let me call Mr. Santana back, right? You know, or you know, let me call him back because he just shot me a text. But that's because you're persistent and you broke that force field of our priority circle. Kind of look at it like that.
Yeah, and I would say don't take anything personal as well.
Yes.
Like it's not personal if you message me and I don't respond. It's not personal, right? Like there's people I've messaged that are in this room and they didn't respond right away. It's not personal. I understand you're busy, right? And they'll get back to me, and when they do, great, right? I'm talking about Javon. No, I'm joking. No, really, like don't take it personal. Everybody has things going on. They'll get back to you, and if you're really interested, keep on reaching out. Like I think it'll work for you in time.
Okay, we have 2 Zoom questions. This is from Nehemiah Smith, a 3rd year at Cleveland State University. Mr. Arnold, how hard was the barrier to entry for a Black man in baseball, and what are ways to overcome it?
Fortunately, I played, but it's very hard. It's not a lot of Black agents at all. I have a wonderful mentor in Lonnie Murray who kind of helped, you know, string things for me. And she's been in the game 20 plus years, but it's very hard. You know, baseball more than any other sport is and I have to be blunt, it's a white person's game. Like 70% of MLB athletes are white or not Black, not African-American. 7% of, I think it's actually dwindled to 6% now of players on opening day rosters are Black, African-American Black. Right, not Latin Black, African-American Black. So it's extremely hard. But if you love what you're doing, you just got to keep at it. You got to keep at it, and you have to you got to have mentors. You got to have people that can show you the way, and then you just got to keep pressing. Baseball, more than any other sport, is a longevity sport. And so if you don't have patience, first of all, if you don't love baseball, I don't advise you to get into baseball because you think you're going to sign a $300 million check. You know, because I have clients that I've had for years, they ain't made it to the big leagues yet. And it's been years, but they're still going. So baseball is a game of patience. You have to have patience in baseball, and you have to actually love the game of baseball. Just like we were talking about servicing your clients the other day and being present, being at a baseball field in the summertime with a high school client from 8 a.m. to 9 at night is nothing nice. But if you love what you do, you'll persist and you'll keep going. So it's been hard, but it'll be okay.
Okay, another one from Lachey Ritchie, attorney from Louisville, Kentucky. What advice would you give someone looking to transition into sports from their current career, especially in an area that doesn't have multiple opportunities like agencies and marketing firms?
I mean, you got to look at the resources around you. Start with your network, keep reaching out and, putting that ask into the air. But I mean, there's a top-notch athletic department sitting right there in Louisville, Kentucky. There's the Kentucky Derby. I mean, there are other options, out there, not necessarily just agency. And I think that's kind of like what a lot of people may or may not realize. It's like, it's really not a direct path into an agency all the time. It's like a lot of people start doing one thing and then they get a little closer and then they get a break and then they come in. It's very hard to just get into these agencies because they can afford to be picky, so but I would say this, like, look at where you're at. You got Yum Center, which is bringing in concerts and hosting sporting events. You got University of Louisville's athletic department, a multi-million-dollar athletic department. You got the Kentucky Derby. You've got, I don't know how far Louisville and Lexington are, but I mean, there are opportunities there, as well too. It's like, you just got to be creative, understand that it might not look directly what you want to do, but as long as you can gain 1 to 2 nuggets out of that, and learn and grow and prepare yourself for the next opportunity, I think that's kind of how you have to look at it. This industry is a lot like baseball. Like Orlando said, it's a long game. I mean, you saying that made me realize I have a cousin. His name is Jaleel Leach. He backed up Barry Bonds his entire career. So the only time he played was when Barry Bonds would get hurt. But he was a AAA guy for the most of his career. But he loved baseball. He loved what he did. He did it for 15 years. But that you might have to do that in this business. If this is what you really want to do, you're going to have to put that work in and that grind in and get your opportunity.
And I would also say you got to develop a strategy. I think every decision that we make is strategic. So I would say develop a strategy. Maybe you've exhausted your efforts in Louisville and you have family in other places, or you just have an opportunity to go somewhere else that may provide more opportunities for you, like a Miami or a Chicago or a DC, right? So maybe that is the next strategy. You may need to, take a leap of faith and do something different than what you have been doing. So, I mean, don't be afraid to do something completely different than what you may have been doing, I would say.
I would say, even if you're in Louisville, shout out to Cincinnati, which is close. It's right up the road, right? So, and that is a market where you have pro sports teams, major teams, universities, and depending on where you exactly live in that area, it may be of a reasonable driving distance. So that's something to look at too, to piggyback on Ryan's point of looking at different markets.
Yeah, and I would say too, it might not be a job. It could be a contract, that turns into employment. I know several attorneys that actually did that. They started contracting with a team or an athletic department, and then when the resources became available to bring them in-house fully, they got that position there. So that's the beauty of the sports industry, is that it rewards the strategic, it rewards the creative, it rewards the persistent people. So if you can just take those qualities and apply them to yourself and your networks, just keep putting in the work and time, and you'll look back and say, wow, like, I'm not where I want to be, but I'm way further, way ahead of where I was this time last year. And that's the real goal.
All right. Thank y'all so much. We're going to do a 20-minute break now. So if y'all want to get out and speak to them while we have this break, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to take a moment to, as soon as you guys take your seat, we're going to get started. Thank you so much. I want to welcome you again, for those who are on the Zoom and you who are in the room, to Southern University's Law Center's Sports Agent Bootcamp. This next panel is a very important one. We've covered every aspect of the business, but there's none that is more essential and critical to the success of your career, then negotiation. So it's called Negotiation Tactics and Basic Contract Agreement Breakdown with the amazing Jovan Barnes. Before we start the panel, he has a very special presentation for you. So I'm going to hand this over to Jovan, and he is going to take over from there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. How you guys doing? I know I called an audible. Well, really audible. I think y'all knew what was going on. I did this last year, did a quick presentation before we got to the questions. Like it was said, this is very important. I think it's the most important job that you have when you're a contract advisor. Our official title is NFLPA contract advisor. You swing and miss in negotiations, that could be 10 million, 20 million, $30 million. Now, you can have an okay relationship with your client and you can build on that, and things may happen and client may forgive you. It's gonna be hard for someone to forgive you if you left $20, $30 million on the table. You don't want to be that agent. You don't. I've seen it in real time, real time, when everybody's doing their studies and all that, and then client signs his deal. A couple years later, keep on investigating that deal and say, man, dang, he left $25 million on the table. That dude wasn't happy. You do not want that to be you. You don't. I'm going to go over a few things, be real quick. And then I know there will be some questions, and then we'll get some questions from the audience. Real quick about myself, son of a sports agent. So a lot of the things I'm telling you, they were taught to me. When I was a little kid, I was at the kitchen table when my dad and his partner, Eugene Parker, two pioneers in this business, they were going over, the Deion Sanders contract back in the day, when I was later in college, going over that first Larry Fitzgerald contract. I was asking questions saying, man, why this? Why did you guys put that incentive in there and all that? And he would give me tests and quizzes, and man, he was a hard man to please. If you missed one question, he was on you. And I pride myself on making sure I cross T's and dot I's to this day with my current clients that I work with my father, making sure that we're thinking client first when we sign our John Hancocks on that paper, and making sure that we're getting the maximum dollars for our guys. I've been negotiating contracts for over a decade. I played in the NFL, had a cup of coffee in the NFL, so I've seen it, as a player, be in the locker room, and some guys complain about, the representation, or they love their representation. And, me being a sports agent kid, I'll ask why. And a lot of times they don't like their representation because they found out that they left money on the table. So I'm telling you again, I'm going to say this probably 4 or 5 times in this presentation. You do not want to be that person. Education is key. You need to educate yourself. You need to educate your client. And that starts at the beginning. That starts prior to you signing them. You need to educate them on why front-end loaded deals are important, why the guaranteed percentage is important, fully guaranteed percentage is important, why you shouldn't sign a 5-6 year extension in your young 20s and you're giving the team a layup. There's a reason why you shouldn't do these things, and that needs to be explained prior to you signing them. Some of the things we're going to go over today. Historic deals negotiated by Black agents. A lot of people don't know this. Who is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history? Who knows that answer? Highest paid out of all? No. I mean, he's a former player. He's had the most career earnings. He's a non-quarterback. It's the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Who knows? Anybody know? Larry Fitzgerald. Larry Fitzgerald is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Guess who negotiated his contracts? A black man did it. Eugene Parker. And his partner was my father. All those years. And it started by having sound principles from the beginning, prior to all the new CBA negotiations and all that. They were doing some out of box things to make sure that they were thinking client first. Why is contract structure paramount during negotiations? I mean, it's an easy answer, but I'm going to go over it during the presentation. The major components of an NFL contract. A lot of things I'm going to talk about today is going to be NFL based, but you can translate that into the other sports. The reason why I'm going to talk mostly about the NFL, because out of all the three major sports, the NFL space is the hardest to negotiate a max contract. It's the hardest, and it ain't close. There are mechanisms in place to prevent top talent getting top dollar. I mean, we got to fight against the transition tag. You got the 5th-year option for first rounders. I mean, there's so many things, and we have the shortest shelf life. And there's not a precedent of a lot of fully guaranteed contracts. There's a few out there. Everybody knows about the Deshaun Watson deal, fully guaranteed. I think that's the best contract out there in the history of the game. Black man did that one. But even going back years ago, Richard Seymour, a lot of people don't know this. He had a fully guaranteed contract, fully guaranteed. Black man did that. Eugene Parker, and that's decades ago. Why they're bad contracts in the marketplace? I'm going to hit this and I'm going to really keep it rated R. I know I said that yesterday. I got to keep it 100 with y'all. There's a reason why there's a multitude of bad contracts out there in the marketplace. And it's because a lot of firms and a lot of individual agents are cutting corners and trying to body collect individuals. And it forces them not to think client first. They're trying to survive and keep their thing going. They're not thinking client first. And that's why there are bad contracts out there. And then, hey, we're going to talk about some topics that's going on today. I mean, because, hey, we're having this boot camp during, it was right before free agency. We're going to be busy. We already busy. I already had 3 calls. It's the heat of the free agency battle, but there are some big topics that, everybody knows about. And I'm not going to go too far into details, and I'm not going to talk about individual agents and agencies and all that in the player, but I am going to talk about some of the things that you will be hearing over the next few days and the reasons why you're going to hear them. All right, some historic contracts. And again, I know it's a selfish plug. Sorry. I'm going to talk about us, but I am going to talk about other individuals as well. All right. Like I said, my father and his partner, Eugene Parker, they are the 2 founders of our firm. Eugene Parker passed away a few years ago. He was definitely a great mentor to myself. He was like an uncle to me. I was very heartbroken when, he passed away, but I learned so much from him and my father about why you should do what you need, why you should do what you need to do during negotiations. I mean, you cannot settle for things that's going to leave money on the table. All right, for over 3 decades, we've had a top 5 positional guy in the market, going all the way back to the historic Deion Sanders deal. There is a Deion Sanders rule in the CBA because of Eugene Parker and Roosevelt Barnes. Look it up. It's in the CBA. You know, they did some out of the box things. You know, the Deion Sanders rule is about how you can spread the cap over the years. You know, if you have a signing bonus, you can spread that out and prorate it through all the years of the contract. And prior to the Deion Sanders rule, you could, get a big old signing bonus, and it hits that cap for that 1 year, and then, man, the cap is pennies for the rest of the years. And that's how Dallas, they got Deion and they won that Super Bowl, and rest is history. NFL was like, whoa, got to change some things. They knocked it out of the park there. So now you have the Deion Sanders rule. And Curtis Martin, Walter Jones, Richard Seymour, Devin Hester, and Leonard Williams are our last top 5 positional guy. Last year, I did a case study, and I showed you guys about Leonard Williams. He's going to make over $100 million. He's never had a season where he didn't have fully guaranteed protected money. That's protected money for skill, injury, and cap. Fully guaranteed. All right. He's never had a season where he didn't have fully guaranteed protected money. He's going to make over $100 million in his career, and he's only made 1 Pro Bowl. He's the second highest paid defensive tackle in the league, only made 1 Pro Bowl. Why does that happen? It happens because in the beginning, he was told, we're going to do shorter term deals, upfront money, make sure the guaranteed percentage is between 60 and 70%. His was at 70. There's not many people who have over 70% fully guaranteed deals. And we're going to do it over and over again. He was franchise tagged, just like a big name quarterback right now. All right. He got hit with the tag. Now, you can't avoid the franchise tag. And I'm going to define the franchise tag. It's a 1-year deal that the NFL can put on you. It is guaranteed. It's the average of the top 5 guys in your position. All right. For Lamar, I think the number is 32 million, right, for the non-exclusive. And, you can't avoid it. And you have to make sure you don't make the mistake after the tag, because you can't avoid it because it's CBA negotiated. You can't avoid it. Can't escape it. If the team wants to put the tag on you, they're going to put the tag on you. But what you do after the tag, worst thing you can do is give the team a layup after the tag. There are agents and agencies after the tag, they have signed deals 4, 5, 6, whatever, that's less than the franchise tag. That has happened because people panic. Maybe the client spent too much money. Maybe there's a side deal under the table. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, who knows nowadays? You maybe have someone's boss's boss telling you, hey, we spent $2 million on this guy when he was a rookie. We got to get back to the black. There's a whole bunch of reasons why there's decisions that are made. And you can't be that. You do not want to be that agent. You don't want to be that agent that's not thinking client first. All right. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I know I had the microphone too low, man. But quote that my father said, if a contract isn't done right, you can leave $30 to $40 million on the table, especially the way, especially in today's market where the market is going. That's true. The salary cap about a decade ago was about 120 million. Now it's over 200 million. Over 200 million. It's going to keep going up. The only year it didn't go up was because of COVID. There was a dip because for obvious reasons. But every single year, the salary cap goes up. All right. Why is that important? You want to get multiple bites at the apple. Football, like I said, you have the shortest shelf life. You automatically sign, when you're a drafted player, you sign a 4-year deal. All right. First rounders sign a 4-year deal with a 5th-year option. All right. So that means the team can keep you for an extra year, no matter if you outplay the deal, no matter if you're a multi-pro bowler, no matter if you're a multi-pro guy, they can keep you for an extra year. And you can't get out of it. And, you know, that's one mechanism preventing a player to get into that top dollar. In other sports like basketball, it's a loose cap. That's one thing that helps out the basketball guys. And there are mechanisms where, you know, it can help top players get to those max dollars. They actually call them max contracts. You know, you achieve a goal, you get your max contract. There are things in place to get people in those situations. And football is way more difficult. And even after that 5th-year option, you can get hit with the franchise tag, you know, where everybody knows we have that big name quarterback. Same situation, hit with the 5th-year option, then he got hit with the franchise tag. You know, now it's a waiting game. You know, we got to see whose will is going to get tested the most. Who has the most heart to sit there and wait for that right deal. All right. But again, this is very important. And every sport there, well, not in every sport, but you know, in football, the salary cap, I mean, it goes up every single year. Every year it went up over 100 million. So why would you sign a 5 or 6 year deal on that after your rookie deal and leave yourself with old money? All right, because most college players come out it could be 20, could be 21, could be 22, could be 23. All right, so let's say you're a 22 or 23-year-old. You sign a 4-year deal, coming at, you know, you're incoming rookie, 23, now you're 27. All right. Now you're going into your second contract at 27. It is important to make sure that second one is as short as possible, because people look at you different when you're 30 in football. It isn't like baseball and even basketball. When you're 30 years old in most positions, and all the other agents know this, when you're 30 years old, the teams look at you different. They do. You know, you're long in the tooth. And when we talk to college players, you know, we educate them and they ask us, hey, should I come out? Should I stay in school? You know, we talk to the scouts. You know, we get all the information. A lot of the decision making is based on, you know, your position and, you know, and you know, your draft position and all that. But there's certain positions like at running back, hey, more times than not, you should probably come out if you're ready, if you're even a little bit ready, because they're devaluing the position at 29, 30 years old. You don't see many 29, 30 years old. Look on every NFL roster, how many 29, 30-year-old or 30-plus-year-old running backs do you see on the roster? You don't see them. So that's why if you are 20 and you're ready and you have a decent draft grade, you should probably lean on coming out. Then you sign your rookie deal. Then you should probably sign a short-term deal and try to get another bite at the apple after that. But again, that's easier said than done, because if you outplay the contract, guess what they're going to do? They're going to put the franchise tag on you. And there's a lot of top running backs that got hit with the tag. And for that running back position, because it has been devalued over the years, the tag number for the running back position is $10 million. $10 million. Now, who got tagged? Jacobs and Saquon. Jacobs and Saquon and Pollard too. Now, we all football fans here. Do y'all think they all outplayed a $10 million contract? I think so. But guess what? The team don't care. They're going to use that against you. They say, hey, we're going to keep that knife on the neck on you guys. We're going to put the tag on you. What you got to do as the agent is educate your client about that situation. And then you have to have a game plan on how you're going to win on the next negotiation round. And again, I'm not going to give out all the secret sauce, but you definitely need to know what the next tag is. And if they get tagged again, it's 120% of the previous number. And you need to do some more calculations on, okay, I know what the next tag is. I'm trying to beat that one plus more. And again, I could go on a tangent on that. I don't want to go into the weeds with that. Major components of an NFL contract. All right. Again, I'm talking more NFL because, like I said, it is a harder road to win in our game versus the other major sports. All right. Total compensation. That means the total package, the number that you get on ESPN. All right. When someone says, hey, player X signed a 5-year deal for $100 million, the $100 million number is the total compensation. Contract length, very important. All right. Like I said, when you're a drafted rookie, 4-year contract. If you're a first rounder, 4-year contract with a 5th-year option. All right. That second deal, that's when you can play around a little bit. All right. Contract length is very important. You don't want to sign a top tier guy in his 20s to a long second contract. Because like I said, once you get to that 30 number, you want to get as many bites at the apple before you get to 30 as possible. Because guess what? The team is not going to give you a layup when your client is 30, 31, 32, 33. I mean, you guys see the reports now. It's like, how many people got cut over the past couple days? I mean, my clicker has been buzzing like this whole weekend, you know, and a lot of them have been 30 plus or close to 30, you know, so you want to get multiple bites at the apple. Average per year, that's the APY. That's the, you know, that's a number that a lot of clients, they think about and they like, you know, it's like, oh, I'm making $21 million a year. I'm making $25 million a year. I'm making 30 million. I'm making 50 million a year. That's the average per year. That's the sexy number. All right. And again, that's in every sport, you know, every sport, agents, and we all do it, say, hey, I got multiple guys making $20 million a year, you know, and that's a big number. And that's a number that we think about in negotiations. Cash flow. Now, cash flow is big in our world. All right. I'm like J.G. Wentworth. I want my money. I want it right now. I love that commercial. That's what cash flow is. How much money you going to get early in the contract? All right. I talked about Leonard Williams, his last contract. He's averaging $21 million a year. He got a $63 million, 3 years, $63 million deal, $45 million fully guaranteed. All right. Well, the first year of that deal, he got $26 million. All right. And he's getting 45 of it in the beginning half of the deal, two of the 3 years of the deal. Well, it's front end loaded. All right, that means the majority of the money is in the front end. All right, so that's what we're talking about, cash flow. Fully guaranteed and guaranteed money. Now, this is another number that you guys see on ESPN. You know, same, you know, scenario. Hey, someone signed a 5-year deal, $100 million, $40 million guaranteed. Now, to me, that's a bad deal because it's less than 50%. But, you know, a lot of people tout around, they got a whole bunch of $100 million contracts. But when you really look inside that deal, it's like, man, let's do the top of the market guy. Only got 30 to 40% fully protected or even protected at all. And in football, you can be protected, like I said, for skill, injury, and cap. So if your skill diminishes, and if it's protected for skill, you're going to get your money. If you get an injury, obviously that's easy enough. If it's protected for injury, you're going to get your money. And you can be protected for cap reasons. And if it's protected for all three, then it's fully protected. And when it's just a regular guarantee, it's a non-fully protected guarantee, it's usually for a lot of our deals, it's like 2 of the 3, or maybe even 1. It might be injury only, but it's 2 of the 3. And then all this is negotiated. This is the stuff you fight for. This is the stuff that, the team, I had one team, I'm not going to mention the GM. He's they not really feeling this right now, but they cursed us out over it. And my dad, I'm more of the good cop, and my dad's kind of the bad cop, so he cursed him out too. But we were fighting over the fully guaranteed money. Bonuses, obviously everybody knows about the signing bonus, but there's also roster bonuses. There's a 46-man, there's a 90-man, there's workout bonuses. Man, I'm missing a few other bonuses, but there's all kind of bonuses that you can negotiate. And there's some bonuses that are better than others. All right. Obviously, the signing bonuses, that's what we all want. We want a whole bunch of sign bonus because, like I said, I'm like JG Wentworth. I want my money. I want it right now. All right. There's other bonuses that you don't want to have a whole bunch of money in. That active roster bonus that you'll see. And again, you guys can look up some of these contracts on Spot Track and Over the Cap, and you kind of can break down some of these bonuses and stuff like that. If you can negotiate some of those things out, do it. But you got to have the leverage to do it. You got to have the player. You have to, because some things you won't be able to win on if you don't have, the right player, right situation. But if you do, these are things you should definitely fight for. All right. And escalators and incentives. All right. I call escalators and incentives icing on the cake. All right. Unless you have a older player or a player that's trying to prove himself again, you can put escalators and escalators in there. If you have a top of a market guy or a guy who should be making X, and the team presents a contract to you they'll get you to X, but the X includes incentives in there to get you to X. Well, that's not good for you. They trying to trick you. They put a whole bunch of language in there. You gotta jump through 5 hoops and you gotta go around the world 5 times and catch 10 interceptions and make 5 Pro Bowls to make $10 million. Well, he's worth $10 million. You shouldn't accept that. Now, incentives and escalators can be good in two cases. One, if you already got your price and you put icing on the cake, you got incentives in there and escalators in there to get you above your price, hey, it's cool. Or if you have a guy who had an up and down career, coming off an injury or just trying to get back, and their stats wasn't up to par, then you can play around with incentives. All right. Especially in some positions, at that wide receiver position, you can really play around with a lot of these incentives. And, you go to a team like the Chiefs, you see Juju, man, he hit a home run with the Chiefs. He got a lot of money, won a Super Bowl. His base salary was X. Now it's Y. Hey, he hit a home run. Gotta salute him. All right. So again, you can play around with that. Case study. Now I talked about Leonard last year. I want to talk about Allen Robinson. The reason why I want to talk about Allen Robinson, we co-rep him with Eugene Parker's son, and my father, myself, and our co-rep. We've talked to Allen about what's going on right now years ago. All right, there's a reason why we passed up. You know, he was a second rounder, so he got a 4-year contract. His rookie year, and before his contract is up, the Jaguars came to us and wanted to do an extension. They wanted to do a longer extension. I'm not going to say the years, you know, they stream it. They wanted to do a longer extension. All right, we passed it up, and let's say it was longer than the 3 we usually do. All right, it was way longer. We explained to him what's going on now. You're going to make over $100 million now, because we educated him on where the market was going. We knew that wide receivers was going to be making 20 and $30 million. All right. And if you're not at the top of the market, you're going to be in the teens. You know, we had projections, we had graphs, we showed him all this, and he was educated on, okay, I'm going to throw a number out there, and it's not the real number that they presented, because I don't want to get in trouble. So they presented a longer deal at $10 million a year. Okay. That's not the real number, but it's close. Now, at the time, that would have made him a top, and this is coming off his rookie contract, that would have made him a top 7 wide receiver. All right, he would have been one of the top in the league. This is back in 2016. We said no. And the reason why, because we knew his worth. And, you know, he had a couple injuries and this and that. We said, Allen, we know what the market is now, but we're looking at this thing like a movie. When you negotiate, you can't look at the situation like a pitcher. The pitcher was pretty. He was going to be this number 7 guy in the market back in 2016 at 10 and some change a year. All right. It's a pretty pitcher. But when you start watching the rest of the movie, he'll be mad at us and probably would fire us, because he's like, man, I'm going to be making $10 million a year. It's going to be almost 2020 something. You know, that's crazy. And then now guys are making $30 million a year. All right. Pass up on the longer deal. He plays the Jacksonville deal out. He did get hurt. He goes to Chicago. We signed a 3-year deal, majority of it guaranteed. He plays well in Chicago. He gets tagged. The tag number was at 17. Now, Allen, he had a stumble in Chicago. Everybody knows, you know, Chicago's going through some transitions. Young quarterback, all that in Chicago. He goes to the Rams and he signs another 3-year deal. Now, it wasn't at top of the market money, but when you look at the structure, the majority of it is guaranteed. 66% fully guaranteed. Now, it's not at the top of the market, but he still got the majority of his money. He got hurt last year. He's still trying to come back. In a lot of cases, a guy his age, 29, 30 years old, they don't have fully protected money. Another big time receiver didn't have any fully protected money left. A receiver up north, just got released, didn't have any more any fully protected money left. The team let him go. All right. The Rams, I know it's out there in public. They're trying to have us find a trade partner that's already out in public, so I can say that. But even if we can't find a trade partner, guess what? Allen is cool at Chase Bank. Allen is cool at Bank of America. He's going to get $15 million plus at 30 years old next year. And again, he's going to cross the $100 million mark. that doesn't happen unless you have to educate your clients from the beginning. If you don't educate your client on the game plan at the beginning, crossing that $100 million threshold does not happen. And football, out of all the three major sports, it's like a roller coaster ride, man. We have the most injuries. Like I said, we have the most barriers preventing you from getting top dollar money. So I'm gonna shout out a couple other wide receiver contracts. Tyreek Hill, man, I think it's a great contract. It's not a short deal. He's at the top of the market. Most of it's guaranteed. He's still gonna be young enough to hit him over the head again. I gotta salute this guy. I'm not a hater. I'm gonna salute this guy. That's how you're supposed to do it. Another black agent. Well, that's the guy's not as a black agent, but I'm gonna talk about a black agent. Tory Dandy. He represents a lot of wide receivers. He's got a few in the market. Short deals, lot guaranteed. Think what last 2-3 got what 3 years? Hey, gotta salute him. Black excellence. And I'm gonna say this too. All right. We are competitors. Like I said yesterday, I'm in the same rooms as Kelton. I'm in the same rooms as Ryan. I'm gonna talk about how I'm better than them, but I'm rooting for them to get good deals, because if they do bad deals, it hurts the whole community, because it gives the team leverage and a precedent to say, hey, Kelton superstar signed for this, and you think your guy needs this? Hey, that's what the market says. You don't want to be in that position. We rooting for other guys. Now, if another agent swings and miss, it's a competitive business market. I'm going to talk about the swing and miss and say, hey, see, that dude swung and missed, need to sign with me. But you have to root for other agents and for all of us to win. All right. Real quickly, why bad contracts exist. There are, and again, I'm trying to keep this as real as possible. You can't just study for the test. You have to, obviously know the CBA, but you really got to know football too. All right. You got to know the difference between a Mike linebacker that can't run and, an outside backer that can rush the passer. You got to know the difference between the two. You got to know the difference between a corner that can cover the whole field and a cover two corner. You got to know the difference. You got to know all these things. You got to know, okay, and study, hey, what contracts are out there before you. You got to beat the ones previous so you keep the ball rolling forward. All right. You got to know what the franchise tag is. And then when the team presents, or, you know the franchise tag projections, and the team presents you with a BS deal that's as long as heck, and it looks good on paper, you got to be like, whoa. I know what the franchise tag is going to be. All right. And I know my guy is a top of the market guy. We're going to hold up. We ain't that desperate. You got to know these things, but if you don't, and you swing and miss, you're going to leave money on the table. Pressure to get back to the black. That's a big one I'm talking about on the next slide. And there is a reason why there are bad deals out there, because of our system is a body collection business. Do not be one of these young people that go to a firm and you're not. And again, this is going to be easier said than done. But if you're going to a place where they're not giving people any substance and they're giving candy in the beginning, and that your boss's boss is going to tell you, hey, we got to get this deal done so we get back to the black, don't just don't just be one of those people. Again, I know everybody's hustling and trying to find a job and they're trying to get in this business, but there's so many agents that's in that trap. That's a trick bag, and your client suffers when you're in that position. Your client suffers. All right. And we pride ourselves on making sure we're not in that position. And it's a little bit easier for myself and my father because, we're running the division. So we can make sure to put things in place that we're not. And sometimes we're going to have to pass up on rookies because they're asking for something that we just feasibly just cannot do. And I'd rather put my head in my pillow and sleep well at night and be solid with the people I'm gonna roll with, but a lot of people are trying to get back to the black. The client is financially irresponsible. Before you sign your client, you need to talk about saving their money because most rookies aren't multimillionaires from jump. All right. And they go into big cities. You go to California, you're getting hit. You go to New York, you're getting hit. I used to live in New York. I was like, sheesh, boy, I'm glad I live in the Midwest. New York and California, they hitting you. But you got your expenses just to live. You got your agent fee. You got some of these guys got managers. Some of these guys, you got financial advisors. You got baby mamas. You got mama. You got cousins. You got the entourage you got to pay for and all that. All right. So when you're in a position where you ain't got no money in the bank, you're going to hit me up and say, hey, man, we got to get this extension done. And then you're negotiating from a position of weakness. And trust and believe, the teams do scouting reports on agents, and they know which one of their players are broke. I have family members on the other side. They know when your client broke, and then they will strike, and they don't care. They don't care because, hey, man, it's a dog eat dog world. And inside deals with team personnel, that happens. Don't let that be you. Don't let that be you. And people say, oh, that don't happen. It happens. It does. And I'm just keeping 100. Have multiple clients, you talking to the team, saying, look, man, I cut you a deal on this one. I'll give you a hometown discount on this one, man. You just scratch my back on the other one. And, hey, man, we go play golf somewhere, man, or have a drink somewhere. That happens. Don't let that be you. And on this slide, real quick, I saw this on Twitter. My homeboy that's in the business hit me up with this. And this is very true. And I know y'all gonna say, well, how does this pertain to negotiating tactics and all that? It starts from right here. 20 years ago, NFL agents gone from not offering recruiting services to basically being banks. And it is a real problem. All right. You got to train your guys. That's a necessity. But man, the training cost is getting, it's crossing to train a guy. It's crossing, and we all know this, 40, sometimes 50, sometimes 60. It could be whatever, and the money got to come from somewhere. That's coming from the company's pocket, your pocket, your allocation, all that. It's coming from somewhere. All right. Per diem, stipends, all that. It's some of these guys. And again, if there's some agents and agencies, they are in a position to go there. All right. There are. There's in some cases, it's case by case basis. You can go to crazy land, but most folks can't. All right. And if you stretch yourself too thin and say, man, I got to get this top talent and I'm going to stretch myself too thin. If you don't own that business and you got someone that's paying the bills and it's year 3, you can renegotiate your contract after 3 years in the league. Trust and believe, your boss going to be like, hey, my guy, we got to get this extension done because, you know, we 6 figures in the hole, bro. We getting this extension done right now. You know, you don't want to be in this position because you're negotiating from the position of weakness. All right. There are fee scales now. Back when my pops and them was ruling the world, everybody was paying, well, almost everybody was paying the top percent. Most you can charge the guys 3% in our industry. Now for top guys, you know, could be 1, it could sometimes could be less than 1. All right. And then there's a sliding scale for, and again, people do it differently, but there is a sliding scale throughout the draft. But also on that second deal, and again, I'm just gonna keep it real here. Guys, they shop. They do shop. They shop other agents and then shop other agencies. And then they say, well, you know, hey, I do it for a fee. You know, hey, look, do a fee cut and then I sign with you. That happens. All right. And unfortunately, that is a bad side of our business. And, you know, we talk about us as a community coming together. I do believe that agents do need to come together and fix some of this because the clients don't know that they're losing out by trying to game us. You know, because here's the thing. Do you try to game your doctor? Do you try to game your lawyer? You know, do you try to game, the people that's fixing your house? No. If you try to game the people that's fixing your house gonna crumble. You try to game your heart surgeon, you might be dead. You know, but that's what's happening in our industry. And that's what's causing some of these bad contracts as well. You know. And then real quickly, again, I'm not going to go into detail on the particular agent or the player, but I am, I'm going to talk about the public stuff. You know, we talked about Lamar. Lamar's in a situation where he cannot get out of. All right. The franchise tag is CBA negotiated. That means that, like I said, that's in the NFL Bible that a team can franchise, they can designate one guy that they can keep from going into the open market. They picked Lamar. They hit him with the non-exclusive franchise tag where, someone could offer Lamar, but they have to give up 2 picks, to get his services. All right. He's stuck in a rock and a hard place. I'm rooting for him. He does not have an agent. And everybody says, well, why are you rooting for him? He doesn't have an agent. If he gets a crazy deal, other people might follow his lead. No, hey, man, black quarterback, man, he's one of the leaders, in our industry and all that. I want him to win. All right. Because it's going to help us anyway. Him having a great contract is going to move everything forward, I believe, for all of us. All right. See Geno Smith up there. Quarterback market is a different market. That's an out of the world market. It's obvious. It's an out of the world market. It's the most important position on the field. Way different from when I said running backs. You have a great running back that can outplay his contract, but because the league views that position way differently than quarterbacks, and the majority of the league believes so, they are not going to go above a certain dollar, all right, because they have the leverage to do so, and they have the tools to do so with the the rookie pool and the 5th-year option and the franchise tag. I just feel bad for running backs. All right. So man, it is a struggle for that position. And my last note, and I know I went way over time. I know I get so passionate about this, but I use my father's quote. He told me this when I was probably 11 years old. The best players don't make the most money. It's the best player with the best negotiating team makes the most money. And I'll go back to, Leonard. Leonard only made 1 Pro Bowl, second highest paid defensive tackle in the league. Y'all probably think there's probably other guys that's better than him, right? Probably. But again, the best players don't make the most money. It's the best players with the best negotiating team who gets educated and makes sure the contract is structured as client first. All right. You should never negotiate from a position of weakness. You should never negotiate from a position of weakness. Lack of education is a position of weakness. Not being financially ready, as an agent, making sure you got to have your ducks in a row and your client has to have their ducks in a row. They have to be financially ready to go into this fight. Making sure that the circle was right. Everybody has to be speaking in unison, because a lot of these individuals, they have family members, they have coaches, they have mentors, they have whoever in their inner circle. If they all on left field, they can convince your client to say, hey, dog, what are we waiting for? And then you got all these graphs, you got all this information. You like, dang, hey, why? No, look. But hey, if he's already down that road, you work for him. You work for your client. Hey, you could be stuck. Now, I've told this to a couple guys. And I lost one guy when I said this, man, because I meant when I said, hey, man, I ain't signed no bad deal. I said, hey, you can send the letter to the PA. And he did. I was like, I ain't signed no bad deal. I can't put that out there. If you wait 3 months, you're going to get your money. He didn't want to wait. Guess what? He signed for the minimum. Signed for the minimum. And he picked he messed up a couple other things and all that type of stuff. Signed for the minimum. And we had a team ready to go. Couldn't wait. So again, contact information for the people on Zoom. If you want to get this slideshow, just DM me on my social media. I know I got my cell phone there, and everybody last year was like, man, they're gonna be blowing you up. It's cool. It's out there in the public space anyway. And I will answer as many as possible. And if you want to have any side conversations about what I discuss, DM is always the best option.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jervon Barnes. Excellent presentation. Before we do the Q&A, we're going to do just a short interview for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to open up for your questions. Again, for those who are on the Zoom, you are watching the Sports Agent Bootcamp here at Southern University Law Center. And I think the chairs are being set up. Okay, very good. Here at Southern University Law Center. And while they're setting up, I just want to put in a little plug for our program. As you can see how robust our sports agent program is here at Southern University. We are lawyer leaders. And so we're being trained to do the work, to learn the negotiation skills, but understand the law and all the inner workings. You've really given some insight that people really don't get to see, and the dynamics of working with the client. So if you don't mind, we're going to go up on the stage, get your questions ready, and we're just going to do a short interview. And thank you for sharing it.
Yeah, it's already out.
So I'm Omarosa Manigault Newman. I am a second-year law center here at Southern University, proud member of SELA. Will all the members of SELA here at Southern University Law Center just stand up really quickly, wave your hands. Thank you, thank you. These students have worked so hard to help put this together. And then Jaya Thomas, I know they already introduced you, but just indulge me, raise your hand. Diverse representation is in the house. This is a collaboration on this program. So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You talk about negotiation. Some people don't know where to start, right? And we all understand that you have to get the deal, but where do you start? Let's just go and break it down into the nuts and bolts. They're going to give you, and this was mentioned yesterday, the absolute lowest offer. What's your reaction when they come in so extraordinarily low? Let's start there.
Well, we shared amongst our group, my father, myself, and a couple others in our group, and we talk about it and analyze it. And a lot of times we laugh and, and we inform our clients saying, hey, in some cases it's like, hey, they gave us a super low ball offer. And we explain some of the reasons why they want to start here. And then this is our game plan and next steps afterwards. But even with you get information with anything they send. If they send something that's closer to market value from the beginning, you can put that in the back of your mind and say, okay, yeah, a little bit more serious. Some of the low ball offers is like, well, you might not be as important. You might not be a priority. You might not, might not be in their plans in the future. So you can learn a lot from that initial low ball offer.
Now, have you ever been surprised by getting the number you were hoping to get in the initial engagement?
Yeah. There was a particular player. I'll mention him. Nelson Aguilar with New England. When we started that negotiation, it was real close to some of the numbers that we were hoping for, and we ended up doing a 2-year deal. He got 8 figures, and people to this day, they was like, man, that was really awesome. And that negotiation, from the beginning, it was a lot faster than we all thought. I'm just going to be real.
So how much of I know you have your initial conversations with their client. It happens with me, with my agent. I'll say, I will do this deal. I'm in the entertainment side though. I'll do this deal for this number. This is where I want to be. How much of that happens with you where your client will say, if I get this, I'm okay?
A lot. And again, it's case by case. There's with older clients, they made their money, and they might have a little bit more flexibility on what number that they're hoping for, and in certain situations, like with a wide receiver. And again, our sport is a little bit different than other sports. With a wide receiver, it could be, hey man, I can be in this range because I have an all-pro quarterback that I might be working with. So it's like I said, it's just case by case.
All right, can I get all in your business now?
Okay.
Okay, on the entertainment side, my agent takes 10% of the deals I do. Can we talk about the types of commissions that you all make on these types of deals?
Well, I'm not going to talk about what we get for each particular player, but I will say the most you can get is 3%. And that is that's the NFLPA regulated number. So I'll just keep it at that.
All right. And how long does the process generally take? How many kind of back and forths would you say on? I know there's no one kind of fit deal, but how often will you go back and forth on a negotiation?
Well, it depends. Like if we've had, let me see, 2 recent guys that got hit with the franchise tag, and I know my father had a few individuals. His old school one was Walter Jones. He got hit with the franchise tag 3 times. So those back and forth, I mean, it could be, a span of, a year, of just, hot and heavy, and then kind of low key, and then hot and heavy again. And just, you go to the game, and, you may see a front office person and say, hey, hey, where we're at. And then sometimes like, well, we're nowhere right now. I'm like, okay, cool. We'll just wait. So it can be a long process. And then there's others where, again, like free agency, we have a few free agents coming up, and I'm pretty, we got a few guys that have free agents that's coming up in the very near future. The negotiations is like, that first wave, I think the free agency starts with 16th. I think 16th this year. That first wave, it's that day, You know, you going back and forth emails, calls, you know, multiple teams, and it's fast paced.
Have you ever walked away from a deal that you thought was dead and then all of a sudden it resurrected? Somebody circled back to revive a deal?
Trying to think.
Or have you walked away from a deal where you're like, we're done, we're never going to, and they.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are situations where you do walk away from a deal and everybody thought they were done. And yeah, there was one particular situation where they came back, they were at our number, and you know, that was another surprise. And you know, we executed the contract. You know, and things have changed. Things changed. You know, they tried to offer something. You know, in the off season, we was like, no, we're just gonna play the rookie deal out. And a little later, I mean, he was balling out, and they came back to us and said, hey, we can't lose this guy. And, you know, we made things work.
So in law school, you take negotiation, we have ADR, we have mediation. How can others kind of improve their negotiation skills besides just kind of taking a class?
Well, I think that you being an intern and having that, you know, that one-on-one kind of interaction with someone that has done it, and you can get a lot of those pointers. I think that'd be very helpful. What I try to do with a couple of young agents that I talk to, we do side-by-side comparables, and I give them quizzes, and I make up a contract or whatever. And I say, hey, you know, I'm going to present this to you, you know, give me some counterpoints. I have about 5 or 6 people I do that with. And I do it with our younger agents at our firm. You know, and I'm really hard on those quizzes, and you know, we go back and forth, and sometimes we have a difference of opinion, you know, because I didn't even talk about, you know, some of the mid-level or low-level contracts that you could do, and then you talking about playtime percentage and playtime percentage incentives and this and that, whatever. You know, you could have a difference in opinion on, you know, how much you want to do this way and that way. But yeah, it can be very intense, those conversations.
I'm going to just ask the last question, and then I hope if you have questions that you'll come up, state your name, your school, or your occupation. But in terms of the hardest negotiation you could think of, how did you win? What was the key to winning in that particular negotiation, and the most difficult deal that you've had to close to date?
I can talk about one. It just being patient. It was hard being patient. It was hard being patient because the client, you know, he had a roller coaster ride, and he was on a high, and man, he wanted that money right now. And you know, my father and I was telling him, hey, you know, let's just sit back, let's be patient. And it was hard for him to be patient because he was seeing other guys getting earlier deals and this and that. We say, hey man, you're gonna be okay. We gotta process, and we explained to him again. We laid everything out. He ended up getting his money eventually, but that the client, again, you can educate your client about your game plan, but if you know, because you're working for him, you know, so, and if he's really pressing you on, hey, you know, I want to do this, I mean, you know, you got to listen to your boss, you know. Now you want to make sure you tell them and you remind them, again, you hired me for our expertise, and we're your servant leader, and we're going to put you in a better position than you were yesterday. He listened to us, and he's in a better place for it.
That's fantastic. Patience. Everybody put your hands together for Javon Barnes. As you come up for questions on the right side, I just want to remind you, you are watching, if you're joining by Zoom, Sports Agent Bootcamp, and we have just had the negotiation tactics and basic contract agreement breakdown. And we're eager to hear the questions that you may have.
Okay, we're gonna go do Zoom first. Chance Barnett said, when talking about the fee the agent receives, do they take from the total guaranteed number or guaranteed at signing?
Well, you get fees for whatever you get and whatever you negotiate. Okay, it's not just the signing bonus or the guarantees. You can, if the player has earned it, all right, guarantee, signing bonus, base salary, or whatever, you get your fees off of that. Okay. You know, but the player has to earn it first. You can't invoice the guy before they earn it. You know, they have to earn it first, then you get your fees.
And then Anthony Lockhart, do you think Dandy's deal are the perfect example of a second deal, such as what he has done for Debo, DK, and AJ Brown, all 3-year deals with major APY and guaranteed? Is that the way to go?
Oh yeah, Tory Danny was he used to be with us. We actually got certified together. He's a great friend, and every time I tell him, every time I see him, I give him the salute. I say, hey, you did a great job at the wide receiver market. And to answer that question, yeah, I mean, I believe that's the way to go.
Okay, one more Zoom. Dylan Guncows, how would you advise a client who wants to sit out for an extended period of time?
Well, in today's world, if you hold out, you're going to get fined, and the team will fine you. And it's in the rules that they cannot rescind the fine. They cannot. You know, back in the day, you could hold out, they put the fines on you, and then you can negotiate with the team and say, hey, you know, hey, everything's good, and, you know, we can rescind the fine. Now, you can't do that. So this new CBA took that leverage point away from us, and can't use it. So I would advise the player that, you know, when you have to inform them about the rules, but you have to consistently tell them about your game plan. And that you got to do the work early. You know, you got to do the work early. Hey, this is what we talked about when you was a rookie. This is when you talked about in year 3. This is what we talked about here. You gotta trust us and believe our game plan. And these are the steps that we're going to take.
Any more Zoom questions? All right, if you have a question, if you don't mind just stepping to the mic.
Well, you can just raise your hand.
Oh, or you can raise your hand where you are. Vanna White will be coming to you.
How you doing? Brian Santana from Toro Law Center.
What year are you?
I am a second year law student.
Fantastic.
So my question is, well, first you spoke about side deals with teams, that you try to avoid that. But at the same time, you want to get your clients exposure with these teams, like to get to tryouts and certain things like that. Well, what's that line you walk between having leverage, the team having leverage on you, and basically, you know, building these connections you want to have with these teams?
Well, all of us agents want to have great relationships with teams. I mean, that's how, you know, especially with guys who are trying to get back into the league or guys in transitioning, hey, those relationships that you have with the teams, that could be that second or third chance, right? But I ain't leaving money on the table to be nice with these teams. That's my philosophy. Now, there's other agents who will sacrifice that, but I'm not giving the team layups. I'm not. That's not my philosophy, because the team isn't going to give you a layup. They're not going to give you a layup when your client is older, if they're hurt, or they're coming back from something or whatever. They're going to use every leverage point they have to keep that dollar amount low. So why would you give them a layup?
All right, next question. Okay, very good.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Applewhite, and I'm a 3L at Loyola Law Center in New Orleans. So my question is, how does the actual negotiation take place? To give some context to that, I was actually able to participate in a 2-lane NFL contract negotiation competition in January, and it had, you know, 2 teams on each side, and they're just going back and forth. negotiating over the different contract terms. And I realized, this is probably only one aspect of it. So I was just trying to see what's the actual day-to-day when it comes down to negotiation.
Well, it's not like in the movies where, you got the negotiating table and someone standing up and everybody's cursing each other out. That rarely happens. Usually it happens via email, and even prior to then, you might have some conversations in person saying, hey, they might hit you and say, hey, man, we might want to do an extension with your guy. And then they say, okay, send something over. And a lot of the interaction happens via email. You get it, you look at it, your team looks at it. You may inform your client and say, hey, this is, kind of game plan that we're going to have. Send something back, you go back and forth. And then there may be some phone calls in between. And I think someone said with the Lamar situation, him representing himself, he's hearing all those in between interactions, and it can be kind of messy. There's some things that the team has said that, because you're your client's voice, you want to make sure that the message get relayed to your client, the best way possible, and then, sometimes you have to keep 100, there's a lot of time I said verbatim what they said, because it's like, hey, we out, and this is why. But yeah, there's a lot of things that go on in between that a lot of people, don't get an opportunity to get.
Thank you.
Great question. Before we take the next question, I don't have a slide, but please feel free to follow me on social media. And it's at Omarosa, 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 and I will follow you back. All right, next question, please. I see one in the back.
Good morning. My name is Armani Scott. I'm a practicing attorney. You discussed earlier about your game plan and sometimes foregoing those extensions, football injuries. What is the strategy as far as accounting for that? Or you can't insure against an injury, but as far as those conversations with the client, knowing that you've got a high impact sport and injuries.
Yeah, that's
possible.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's something you do consider. I mean, look, I'm not saying to forego every extension. Because in some cases, it makes sense to do an extension. And we do inform our client about the risks of waiting and testing the market. And injury is one of them. And our strategy, like I said, there are some big risks with our sport. But I'm one of the people that will say, hey, man, I want to bet on my client more times than not. And I'm not taking the extension unless we're winning, falling back on and signing a bad extension because you're operating from a spirit of fear. That's a bad way to go. And you don't want to set that precedent.
Hello, Joey Jones, Arizona State, year 3. You talked about the skill guarantee. I just wanted to know more what that was as far as skill.
Oh, skill guarantee? Well, I mean, that's simple. And again, that's one of the 3 ways that you can guarantee an NFL contract. And if the team deems that, your skill isn't up to par, they can release you for those purposes, and, that happens, player in every sport, your skill diminishes, and they can look and say, well, this guy can do this job better than this guy. And, we need to figure something else out, so that's why when we negotiate, we fight hard for those guarantees. We fight hard for skill guarantees, injury, cap, fully guaranteed, so don't want that to be you, man, because a lot of our guys still feel like they can play forever. So that's why we fight hard for those guarantees.
We have just one more Zoom question.
This is from Quest Malloy, attorney in Los Angeles. How do you differentiate your fee between player contract deals and entertainment/endorsement deals?
Well, industry standard for endorsement deals is about 20%. Now, some firms, they go less than that and they go all over the place, but the standard rate for most folks is about 20%. That is a separate contract that a person signs for marketing, endorsements, and stuff like that. And like I mentioned before, the standard rep agreement, the max fee is 3%. There's some individuals that pay less than that. There's some individuals that pay way less than that out in the world. But yeah, those are two separate contracts. Oh yeah.
You've been watching the Sports Agent Bootcamp. For those who've joined on Zoom, we thank you. For you who are in person, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Thank you so much. We are coming live from Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session. We're almost at the finish line of the Sports Agent Bootcamp. This next session is on name, image, and likeness. How many of you are familiar with name, image, and likeness? Raise your hand. Oh, almost everybody. Okay. Well, this should be a really great panel. But before we get started, we're going to do a few giveaways. So can I get 2 volunteers to come up to the stage? Or I'll call on you. Okay. Okay, in the back. Yes. Anyone else? Okay. So if you guys can just stand right here, tell us your name, if you're in school, where you're in school, your year, or if you're working, where you're working, and you have to put a question and make sure you're talking to
Is good. Okay. My name is Kelly. I'm from Memphis. I am currently a graduate student at LSU studying sport management. I currently work in the Academic Center for Student Athletes. If you could make any rule change in professional sports, what would it be? Yeah, come back to me. I'm gonna have you one.
My name is Brittany McCray. I live in Dallas, Texas. I do sports marketing and lifestyle management for different agencies. What is my favorite NFL team? Dallas Cowboys.
In light of this past Super Bowl, which was the first Super Bowl to ever have 2 Black starting quarterbacks, you guys are both getting a copy of the new book, Rise of the Black Quarterback by Jason Reed, a writer for ESPN. Now I'll turn it over to Hayden to moderate the session on name, image, and likeness.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hayden Richard. I'm a 3L student here at Southern University Law Center. This panel is based on name, image, and likeness. I'm here with Mr. Ryan Williams Jenkins. Ryan, can you talk a little bit about your background and your role as an agent leading up to this?
Yeah, absolutely. Pleasure to be here with you, Hayden, and thank you all for being here. I think it's always commendable when you're out here on a Saturday, giving up your weekend, right, to learn more and develop. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to each of you. As far as my background, so like I said a little earlier, I played college football at the United States Naval Academy. So played there 4 years. I would be remiss to not say Roll Tide, you know, as a Alabama guy in LSU territory. No, I'm just joking. I'm actually a Hurricane fan. I'm not an Alabama fan at all. But played college football 4 years. And then from there, I did player development. So I worked very closely with the players on staff at Navy. And then I also coached the running backs. And then from there, I transitioned to being a Marine officer. So at 24 years old, I had about 30 people I was in charge of. At 25, I had 60. And by 28, I had over 120 people I was in charge of, making sure that I may help manage their careers, Did a lot of different mission sets, went to Afghanistan, deployed there, did just a lot of different things, a lot of great experiences. And I knew at a certain point, my career had to change because God gave me like a passion to really work in sports and work with athletes. So I wanted to use all the leadership experiences and everything that I had to be able to develop athletes and the people that really, the people that I related best to. So from there, I just prayed on the opportunity to work in sports again, and something told me to go to the NFL Combine. I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anything really about it outside of what you see on TV. But I went down there, had an interview with Joe Douglas, who's one of the GMs right now, and he told me, hey, just go out there and meet a bunch of people. So fast forward, I did. Ended up meeting Mo Kelly, who's a player engagement guy with the Seattle Seahawks, also my frat brother. And he brought me into Seattle. I worked in player engagement with him. And then from there, I kind of parlayed that opportunity to working in player engagement with the New York Giants. And I also I was a character scout for them. So my job was just interviewing guys and evaluating their character, figuring out if they were the right fit for the team. And then from there, I got a phone call from who's my business partner, one of my best friends to this day, saying, hey, look, I've been working at this agency X amount of years. I noticed there was a lot of things missing, a lot of attention to detail and things that were lacking on taking care of players off the field. Would you be willing to, partner with me to start an agency and really do it the right way and take care of guys the right way? So, I prayed on it and I thought it was the right decision, and then kind of went forward from there. And now I'm the co-founder of Divine Sports Entertainment, and then in a licensed NFL agent. So that's my path in the shortest way possible. Right.
A whole lot of accomplishments in a short period of time right there for Ryan. Let's jump right into it. Most of the audience has a general idea of what name, image, and likeness is. Can you give us a more high-level overview of what NIL is to you?
Yeah, so just keeping it real simple. I like to keep things simple. NIL is an opportunity for high school and college athletes to now make money through endorsement opportunities, right? So they can promote a company, promote a brand, do something, do an appearance, et cetera, and make money off of it, right? So if we're keeping it really simple, it's an opportunity for them to make money using their name, image, and likeness.
For something that's so new to so many people, for yourself, what prompted you to get into the NIL space?
Yeah, so we got into the NIL space because we thought it could be a competitive advantage, right? And you're always looking for different advantages, especially as a newer company, to set yourself apart. And then also you want to gain experience the best way you can. So for us, it was an opportunity to step into an untapped market in a sense, right? Where everybody's operating on the same playing field. Nobody's done NIL before. So I don't have to compete with someone that's saying I'm an NIL expert when NIL just came out last month, right? So it was an opportunity for a competitive advantage. Also, NIL it was something that you kind of got forced into as well. And I would say initially you got forced into it because all the pressure of these players that you're looking to recruit that want to know if you can represent them for NIL, right? And I think initially that was, you feel like, hey, I have to go represent this player for NIL to sign them on the back end. Now, as we see, there's a lot of case studies out there that'll show you a lot of players that are represented by a company for NIL don't necessarily sign with that company for professional representation. So not something you necessarily have to do, but I think on the onset when it was released and there was a frenzy, a lot of people did jump into the space to gain that competitive advantage, but then also just to be able to service the players they were looking to work with down the line.
Going back a little bit, you did mention how recent the NIL space opened up to the public. And I guess my next question is, how have you seen the NIL space evolve or change over the past year or so?
Yeah, so I think NIL has definitely evolved because players now have a better understanding of what to expect. And everything in this business, and I think Kelton could attest, Javon, is about expectation management. So when the players know what to expect, it helps you as an agent when it comes to having conversations with them on the different things that are out there. So I think that's one thing. There's certain expectations out there, but at the on with the set on the same note, some players think they're better than they are, so they expect what another player might have gotten. And I think that's just your job as an agent to have that conversation with them. So that's one thing. I also think that there's a lot more room for women and younger athletes to get opportunities in this space. Especially because it's all about the market, right? When you start looking at marketing, you're actually thinking about what markets are you going to take the brand, which is your player to, and what markets are they going to attract? So I think we're starting to see there are more women and some younger athletes that are getting an opportunity in NIL. And then I would say there's just some specific positions that have jumped off the charts of having the most NIL opportunities. So I would say, if you're paying attention to the trends and seeing who are out there making the real NIL dollars, you're gonna pay more attention to who you're deciding to recruit or sign if it comes to NIL. So that would be it.
Piggybacking a little bit off of your comment about women and younger athletes earning money through NIL. For those of you who don't know, Ryan recently negotiated a deal for high school basketball star Keomi McMiller. Can you talk a little bit about that deal and your role in negotiating that deal?
Yeah, definitely. So we negotiated the first ever high school NIL deal with Jordan Brand for an athlete, not just a female athlete, an athlete. And one thing the family always wants to talk about is she's more than just a female athlete. She's an athlete, right? Like when you look at Serena Williams, Venus Williams, a lot of these great women, right? They don't want to just be known as a great female athlete. They just want to be known as an athlete. And I think we can attest that Venus and Serena are probably, they're the best of all times as athletes, right? So that's one thing. As far as negotiating the deal, first I would say I'd like to talk about how we built the relationship, because I think the relationship comes before any deal, right? You really got to get to know your player. You really got to get to understand who they are, what their brand's about, what they care about, and how you can align them with a specific company. Because before you start negotiating, you have to have some type of leverage, right? If we didn't know Keomi cares about recycling or cares about homelessness, or I can go on and on about the things she cares about, I can't go to Jordan Brand or whatever the brand is and say, hey, I think she would be perfect for your company because we see a trend in the recycling community and this specific, she could do this specifically in that community, right? That gives you leverage that you may not even have. So it's really doing research and understanding who your client is that helps you with negotiating. But fast forward, we signed Keomi. And I still remember she's I guess it's very uncommon to sign a high school basketball player. And I told my business partner, hey, bro, I think we need to sign this young lady. And he's like, bro, we're football agents. And I'm like, I know, but I know talent. You got to trust me on this, right? And he said, all right, I guess let's do it, right? So 3 months later, we get a call, or she gets a message from Jasmine Jordan, which is in charge of the marketing at Jordan Brand. And she didn't think it was real, but she just referred her to talk to us. And then that started the negotiations. So that's kind of how it went, at least from the onset. And then the whole negotiation process was a lot longer, and we can talk more on it, but that's kind of how it started.
Yeah, most definitely. That's one of the major deals that you're connected to, but what current trends do you see as to maybe who is getting these NIL deals, or maybe what type of athlete or personalities that these companies are looking for when signing an NIL deal?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Hayden. I think the NIL opportunities are going to the people in specific towns or at specific schools that are notable. So like the players that are notable, you don't actually have to be the best player, right? Performance matters. Don't get me wrong. You have to, like, performance will help you when it comes to any type of marketing opportunities. But the more notable you can be, right? Having a social media presence, having a presence on campus actually allows you to make some money locally. And I think we get away sometimes as agents and people that do marketing and think you can only make money on social media through Instagram. But a lot of money is made in person, right? Like if you can be, I think there's some people that are here at LSU, right? And you go and you meet these local companies and you can connect them to a player and say, hey, I want this player to come out for an appearance. That's money made in person, right? A lot of times we forget about those opportunities because we're just so focused on the social aspect. But I would say, you know, people that are notable in the community, or players that are notable in the community, and then that have a very strong social presence as well.
I'm going to go a bit off script here. Just kind of going along with what you just said. Do you feel that smaller schools are able to capitalize, players from smaller schools are able to capitalize more on a local level as opposed to smaller school players trying to capitalize on larger scale?
So I think that whenever you look at marketing, you have to look at it kind of in three different areas. So you look at it from a local area, regional area, and then the national, right? So like locally, you try to win locally. And I think that's in anything. If you can win locally, you start to, you start to get some attention behind you. So let's say you're at a smaller school and you can win locally and you're getting all the local deals. You may have never had a regional or national opportunity, but now these brands know who you are and you may fit a specific market that they may have interest in. And now you can win regionally or you could win nationally. So, I think if you can start small, especially if you're at a small school and win there, the opportunities to win at a national level will be greater.
Most definitely, most definitely. I guess generally, how do you advise your clients to capitalize on their NIL potential?
So one thing I think I talked about a little earlier is whenever we have a client, we do like a brand exploration call because I want to know everything about you. Like I want to know your family background. If you had someone pass away, I want to know why they passed away. I want to know how it made you feel. Because the more I know about you as an individual, the more I can connect you organically to brands, right? And I think, like I said earlier, creativity makes you money. So if you know more about that player, right, you can get really creative with what you do with a brand. So for instance, we represented a defensive back that he was interested in bowling, right? I was like, wait, you like to bowl? You know what I mean? I was thrown off when he said that. But we went to a local bowling alley and we did a deal with them at the bowling alley. So, and we made that deal very creative. Like Javon said, we try to get as much money up front when it comes to like a signing bonus for the player. Obviously, also opportunities like for merchandise, because he had his own merchandise. How do we get his merchandise attached to that deal? So on and so forth. But we got very creative with a bowling alley, right? So some people would be like, oh, well, I don't have a car deal, or I don't have this, I don't have that. Well, he got enough money to be able to potentially go buy a car, right? If that's what he wanted to do. So I think the more you know about your player, the more creative you can get, and the more you can actually do things they care about. And that's what I think that makes a difference as well, because like he's inviting his friends out to the events. And now you built a good relationship with the person you partner with on a deal. So if I go back to that person and say, hey, I got another player that I want to do a similar deal with, right? It'll probably be a better deal, right? As far as more money for the next player, but at least they know there's some type of proof of concept there. It worked and we can do it again and again and again. So I would say you got to get to know your players and then really just find opportunities for them that align with who they are.
I understand what you're saying on that sense. I guess I think you kind of mentioned to me the other day or yesterday that not all deals are good deals. What are your suggestions to an athlete when they present an NIL opportunity to you? And what are some of the red flags that you look for when one of your athletes is presented an NIL deal?
Yeah, so all deals are not good deals in the sense of the terms that are out there. So, you know, one thing I always talk to the players that we work with about is, what do you really want? You know, is it the money, or is it you don't want to have to do as much for the money, right? Like, I just want to know what you want, because that helps me when I'm going to negotiate or have any type of conversation with a brand, right? So I think what we were talking about was a player was presented a deal for a good amount of money, but he had to waive his rights in perpetuity for a whole lot of things, like to be able to sell. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff, right? And for anyone that's not, I guess, not in the legal world, perpetuity is like forever, right? So he had to waive his rights forever for certain things. I'm glad he came to me with a contract, because he was going to sign it like all his other teammates signed, right? So I went back to the lawyers that were on the other side and said, hey, look, we don't want to waive these rights. And they're like, well, everybody else signed it, so we want him to sign it too. I was like, well, he's not going to sign it with these terms in the contract, right? Fast forward, we had to do a specific carve out so that he was able to approve anything that had to do with them selling any merchandise on his behalf, because he had already had the record for touchdowns. I mean, he's on track to continue to have the record, et cetera, right? So when I'm thinking of it like that down the line, and it was a Hall of Fame, the company was a Hall of Fame company. So like, they're going to use that down the line to make a lot of money that he's not going to see any of. So for us, it was like, what are the terms of the agreement in order for it to be a good, you know, to be the right deal? And I would also say, just because the deal has a lot of money tied to it doesn't mean it's a good deal. One player is like, hey, I'm going to be making $10,000 a month. I was like, okay. Like, I'm not emotional about the money, right? Like, I want to know, okay, what does that mean? You make $10,000 a month, but what's actually in it? Oh, I need to do 5 social media posts. I got 2 appearances, 1 Zoom call. I'm like, that's a lot for 10,000. And at your position, I think that's under the value. And we went back to the company and said, hey, look, this isn't what this player is worth. And we had to go back and forth, you know, and everybody thinks like, oh, well, you just agree to terms. Well, we actually didn't even accept the deal. Fast forward, the company ended up selling, absolving, and it wasn't even real, right? So it's things like that. At times, you got to get your clients have to believe in you enough to know like, hey, look, you actually have my best interests, right? But you also got to understand, like, if your client wants to do that deal for 10,000 and do all of that work because they need the money, they're still entitled to make a decision. Like, my job is to advise them the best way possible. So that's what I would say when it comes to not all deals being the best.
Okay, so let's say one of your players, one of your clients is presented a good deal and decides that they are going to accept that deal. How do you guide that client as to not run afoul with the actual deal and their respective college or university?
So the first thing is, before we accept any deal, I'm always sending it to compliance. So I think you got to get good with the compliance department, because they're gonna be, if they sign off on it, it saves them down the line, right? So as long as if compliance signs off on a deal saying like, hey, all the terms are good outside of our own legal representatives looking at it, I think that's going to save the client, specifically for NIL. So yeah, I would say you want to work closely with the compliance department, and then you just want to make sure the deliverables make sense. Like, do the deliverables make sense? Are any of the deliverables, do they put the player in jeopardy of losing their eligibility in any way, et cetera? So I would say that's probably the best way.
You spoke a bit earlier about some clients believing that they're a bit more valuable than they really are. How do you suggest managing a client's expectations when it comes to an NIL deal?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because there's a lot of expectations with NIL. I think if we can go back to the Jordan deal, for instance, you know, when we first were presented the deal, it looked like a great opportunity. I think a lot of most families would have looked at it and say, yeah, let's do it. It's Jordan Brand. We're going for it. Right? Just sign it. And but I think you have to really take time to analyze the deal. You got to do your research. You don't have to be so reactive. You don't have to be so emotional, right? Because it's something that you're going to be tied to. You're going to have an expectation to deliver on certain things. So for us, we thought it was great, but we also wanted to know, how can we make this better, right? So like I said, you do all your research up front, and then you go and you connect with people that may have done something similar, right? So I made a joke earlier about Javon not picking up the phone, right? But he actually picks up the phone often, right? So this was opportunity. I got to collaborate and talk with him about, an opportunity about this specific deal from other deals that he's done, right? So you want to do your research. You want to connect with people so that they're able to give you some information from different experiences they have. But then you want to take all that information and present it to your clients in a way that makes sense to them, right? So we actually broke everything down. Like I said, wargaming is something we do all the time. So we looked at multiple scenarios, right? Based on multiple years, based on the amount of money they actually wanted to make in the deal, based on what we saw out there from what other people made, right? And what we could also ask for. And then we presented it, and then we did our best to understand, like, family, where do you guys want to be? Because there does come a point in any type of negotiation where you're not going back and forth, They're going to be like, okay, we don't want to work with you, right? So you have to understand what your client wants. And that's part of those open conversations. If we're talking about expectation management, you got to have those conversations to figure out, okay, did we get to where they wanted to be? So that's one thing. And then I would say, secondly, I'm big on creativity. So like, if you can't get to the number right away, you got to find out a way to get to the number a different way that's likely to be earned, right? So you always got to think, okay, if we couldn't have got to that number, how do we find likely to be earned incentives, in a sense, to get to that number?
So my next question kind of goes along with the previous question. What is one of the biggest misconceptions when it comes to NIL space, in your opinion?
That everybody's making money. That everybody's making money. That everybody just did a car deal. That everybody has the best shoe deal. Yeah, that'd be the biggest misconception. And I also think players don't understand the implications of taxes if they do make that money. So, and I say that everybody gets a car deal, because one thing that I've talked to a lot of owners of dealerships, and I'm like, hey, so my player literally called me. I think I told you about this. My player called me and he said, hey, this person just got a car. I need to get a car. First of all, you just got a brand new car. Do you really need another car? He's like, nah, I do. My situation's changing. I was like, all right, perfect. So let me call the car dealership to understand how the other deal actually went down. And he said to me, it's not a real car deal. What we're doing is we're recycling cars out. We're giving him a car, and then he's going to post it on social, and then we're going to sell that car, and then we'll get him a different car. So yeah, it's a car deal, but it's not what everybody thinks, right? Like there's so many creative and different ways that people are putting these things together. Social media is not always real, right? So I would say you got to manage your players' expectations when it comes to that. And definitely find them somebody that can explain taxes to them. Because if they make a bunch of money and they don't understand the tax implications, they're going to be looking at you like, well, why didn't you tell me about this? So those would be some of the things.
So most of our questions so far has been about how the student athletes earn money. My next question is essentially, how do you as the agent receive compensation for the NIL deals attained for your client?
So we have a fee, we just charge a percentage on every contract or on every deal that we negotiate.
Less is more. Leave it at that.
Industry average is probably anywhere from 10 to 20% industry average. So it depends I mean, if you all know anybody that's doing a NIL deal and they're paying 30% fee or anything like that, that's not good. Like I've seen that. People have brought that to me and I'm like, to me, that's just not good business. So definitely stay away from those high percentage, but I would say industry average is anywhere from 10 to 20%.
Thank you for that. For any aspiring agent, maybe in the crowd, looking to get into the NIL space, what would you say is the biggest piece of advice that you would give to them?
I would say partner with someone that's done marketing deals. You don't want to just say, oh, I'm an NIL agent, because you can be one, right? Like there's no certification right now. Like anybody could be an NIL agent, but I would say definitely partner with someone that knows what they're doing, because you don't want to mess up an opportunity. I'm big on making sure you help someone get their once in a lifetime opportunity right. And you don't want to mess it up because you're just trying to jump into a space that you're not aware of. So partner with someone, be humble enough to say, hey, look, I need some help here. I got this opportunity. Can you help me? Right? And don't get greedy. It's okay to split percentages. It's okay to work together in order to get the deal right for the player, because that's who you're working for ultimately. You know, you'll get yours over time. Like, don't worry about the money. Take care of the player, and everything else is going to take care of itself.
So that essentially wraps up my portion of the questions. Would like to open it up to those of you in the audience who may have a question. I'm not sure if we have anyone walking around with a mic, so you might have to step up to the mic on the side over here and we'll get those questions answered for you. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. Miss Kira has the mic, so.
I'll come around, but I also have a question myself. So what is the it factor that a student athlete should have when they start looking for NIL?
You definitely want some type of social presence. I think that's important. Two, you have to be a performer, right? Because your performance is what majority of people are seeing week in and week out. So I think that's also important. And then there has to be some type of connection to the brand. It doesn't always have to be, but it makes it easier to work with specific brands and finding the alignment there. So those are some of the things. I would also say, like, if you're a trendsetter, right, getting your players to understand they don't have to be like all the other players. Like, you can be a trendsetter, you can be different, because that is what companies will gravitate towards. And then I would say it's probably also important for as far as some of the things just to pay attention to, your client to tell you what they care about. Like, hey, these are the initiatives and the things I care about, or the companies I want to work with. So you have a better leg to stand on, or when you go look for opportunities.
Question.
Hello again. Do you have, does your firm also do social media? Do you build up their social media as well?
We do. So with Kiyomi, I think when we signed her, she had 12,000 followers and she had 800 pictures, something like that. I was like, we got to do a whole social media scrub. Like, half of these pictures you got to get rid of. And I let her do it. I didn't just tell her, like, take these pictures off, but I'm like, hey, this is kind of what we want it to look like. These are the different visions we have. We gave them kind of a couple different ideas of what we want her social media to start trending towards, right? So we do that. Also, we got real strategic on, like, hey, when are we posting? What are we posting? What hashtags are we using? But also, I think the performance of the player and being able to figure out ways to collaborate with other accounts that have strong followings will help that social media platform grow, whoever's it is. So to answer your question, yes, we do, but those are just some of the ways we did it.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Noah Williams. I'm a senior at LSU. I wanted to know, you mentioned taxes are deducted from the athlete's total compensation regarding the NIL deal. Does this vary state to state, or is it one set tax rate that's deducted?
No, I'm not a tax person, but I know that every state has their different, income tax percentages, and then it depends on how much the player makes, right? So your tax percentage is going to depend on how much money you actually bring in. So it varies state to state, and I would definitely recommend you connecting with a tax professional for those answers, because I don't want to mislead you in any way.
To kind of follow off of Noah's question, TJ Polk, a senior at LSU as well. In terms of the taxes and educating the athletes, are y'all doing any education with them on managing money? And because there some NIL deals are thousands of dollars, and some of these athletes haven't seen that type of money. Are y'all doing any preparation to help them as they incur this money?
Absolutely. So we had, we do this with all of our players, but most recently, Kiyomi, she's 16. We had her on a tax call for about an hour, learning taxes, learning finances, understanding the difference between having her LLC, her 501c3, her operating expenses, et cetera. So yes, we spend time, and we'll sit there with with the player to make sure that they get their questions answered. And then also being there, because sometimes your players don't know all the right questions to ask. So you want to be there to kind of ask and probe so that they're thinking about certain questions. When we did one of our other players, 501 or LLC, I sat there through the entire meeting just to make sure he understood the importance of having that, right? And I'm not saying everyone needs to go get an LLC. That's the first thing you need to do. I'm not saying that. Everybody's situation is different. But if you are going to do those things for a player, I think as an agent or their representation, you need to be there to help guide them and probe and ask certain questions so they understand why you're doing what you're doing for them.
Hello, my name is Larissa Bentley. I'm a 2L at Southern University Law Center. How do you handle NIL when you have a player who's entering like the transfer portal, especially with the rules kind of changing for that, where they don't have to sit out as much, or if you have like a high school represented and they're going to like a college somewhere else? How do you handle NILs when it comes to that?
So that's a little different. But what I didn't talk a lot about was collectives. I think it's important to know who the collectives are at different universities because they're doing a lot of, I would say that's one of the trends that we see. Collectives do have a large hand in NIL now. So I would say the more information you know about collectives and the better that player is, the better opportunity you'll have to do some negotiations from a marketing standpoint. But we could talk about it more offline because there's some ideas I have.
Hi, my name is Shane Payton Hodges. And my question to you is, does it matter what school you go to as a student athlete, like going to a school like LSU or Alabama when trying to get those NIL deals, or can you get it from like a smaller school like Southern?
You can get it from a smaller school like Southern. You can get it from a school like LSU. You can get it from a school like Alabama. I mean, you can get an NIL deal wherever you're at if you're talented enough and if you align yourself with the right opportunities. So yes to all three.
Hello, Joey Jones, Arizona State. But I just want to ask, she kind of touched on it, like the transition from high school to college with NIL deals. How is that? What's the situation with that? Like, how are you preparing with the Jordan athlete?
So are you asking if it carries over the NIL deal from high school to college? Is that the question? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the impact. Okay, no, great question. So the way we structured the deal is so that it does carry over. And I think one of the things you want to think about, and Javon says it all the time, like you want as many bites at the apple as possible, right? So how long do you want it to carry over for? That's another conversation, right? Do you want it to carry over the entire time they're in college? Maybe not, right? Because the marketing opportunity changes, their their social following, who they are, performance, all of that changes. But you may want to carry it over for a certain amount of time to give them an opportunity to grow, right? Because I think you always got to give your athletes, depending on the deal, opportunities to grow into who they're going to be. And then when it comes to, I think probably another part of your question has to do with like if you do a deal with a specific brand, right? Let's just say Adidas, right? Do you have to go to an Adidas school, or do you have to go to, I think that depends on how you structure the deal. You can't, so I will say this, there can't be anything in the deal that stops them from going to a different competitor school because they are in high school or they are in college and they're transitioning from one school to the next. But you got to be aware of that when you sign with a brand and when you're choosing a school you want to go to. So, but those are all things you talk about with your clients when they're making their decision. Like when we make this decision, it's bigger than just, I like this school, I like this coach, I'm going here, right? There's a lot of other factors that are involved.
Okay, hello, I'm Bryson Blackman George, Jackson State University. And I had a question in regards to you saying that your client had over 800, photos on Instagram. What would be the ideal social media account, for an athlete of her, her size?
I think I was exaggerating to 800. It might have been like 6, but it was a lot of pictures. But I think it just depends on, so whenever I think of Instagram, whenever I think of social media and like how to use it best, I think of like what information do you want people to see right away? And they're not going to spend too much time on your page, right? So if you got a lot of great clips and videos and all of that stuff, but it's like number 720, nobody's going to get to that likely. So you want to really just narrow it down to where maybe in 1, 2, or 3 kind of swipes, they can see as much about you as possible. So I don't know if that's 90 pictures, 100, one. I don't know the exact number, but the goal is to get people to see what you want them to see the quickest way you can, right? So that would be, hopefully that answers your question.
I just wanted to get your perception on the current state of NIL. So do you actually enjoy the fact that it's the Wild West, or do you prefer some sort of player union to develop soon in college?
As an agent, I prefer there to be some type of certification for those that are looking to get into it, just because as an NFL agent, there's a lot of people that are handlers, as they would say, or people that have been working with this player. And it makes your job more difficult, when you have to, not always, sometimes those people are very easy to work with. But I think if there's some type of certification, it legitimizes people. It also will help the player choose the right person, right? Like if, hey, look, I know you're certified in this, as opposed to just going with whoever and that person not having the expertise, the knowledge, maybe not even really being committed to their success. They're just trying to make some quick money, right? Like, so I think it'd be good if there is some structure in place, but right now there's not, and you just gotta be able to maneuver the best way possible and really show that why you do have an expertise, even though there's not certification out there.
Hi, my name is Maya D'Souza. I'm a second-year sport administration major from LSU. And my question to you is, as a sport agent, have you feel that you noticed or you feel a different change in mindset in the game now that student athletes are getting paid? Like ever since NIL entered the marketplace, has it changed like, the way that their mindset is on the game?
I think some players may be focused on NIL, right? Like that is their focus. I want to make as much money as I can. But then you have your other players that say, hey, look, I'm not worried about NIL. I know my payday is going to be at the next level, and that's where I'm focused. So I think it depends. I mean, I've worked with for instance, one athlete, just working with his family. We had an opportunity for him to make upwards of $40,000 off one speaking engagement, right? And they say, yeah, we don't want to do that right now because that's not where our focus is at. And it's because they're hyper focused on, you know, what they need to do at the next level. And they have so many other deals that are very lucrative that they don't want to expend any effort in that arena. Right. So I think, you know, I think it just depends on the player and really where their focus is. One thing that we talk about with our players that are in college is how do we help you learn how to be a pro now by kind of learning how to balance some of these things. Because at the next level, you do want marketing opportunities and you do want to be able to play and be locked in and focus on what you need to do. So I think your job is probably to communicate to them how you could do both if they don't want to do both. And then if they don't, just got to be able to respect their wishes and, you know, service them the best way.
These are Zoom questions. One is from Anthony Lockhart. As an agent, how does one pursue a collegiate athlete about NIL? Are agents allowed to bring up NIL as a way of recruiting?
So I don't think if you sign a guy for NIL, you're going to sign them for professional representation automatically. So I think you look at it in silos, right? You say, hey, look, I want to represent you for NIL. This is the vision that we have for you. And then I think when you transition based on, you know, hey, look, I want to represent you for NFL or NBA or whatever the sport is. I don't think you try to link the two together because I just haven't seen a lot of people do that successfully. So, I mean, I don't know if you can or can't. Like, I don't actually know the answer to that, a yes or no, but I would just do it in silos.
All right. From Mackenzie Dixon, what are the certificates or requirements to become an NIL consultant to begin representing high school athletes?
So there's probably some certifications out there. I don't know any that are accredited. So I won't speak to that, but I do think you need to have a certain level of experience when it comes to reviewing contracts. I definitely think you need to have some type of legal representation that works with you if you're not an attorney. And then I also think that you have to be able to give, I think you got to be able to give advice to the player that that's in their best interest. I think those things you have to be able to do. As far as a certification, I don't know any that accredited ones right now to be able to answer that comfortably.
Okay, from Quest Malloy, what websites do you use to track NIL deals similar to Sport Track and Over the Cap?
Yeah, so a good one is On3. They do a pretty good job of getting information for their NIL, for the NIL deals that are out there. There's a lot of other databases that are out there that you may need to pay for. They're pretty expensive. But I would say that's a good starting point if you're getting into NIL and you just want to have an idea of what's out there. And then following different people on Twitter, getting information in real time is going to help you. And then those are probably the two ways I would go about it.
All right, and one more from Starlin Priest. What is the line of separation between the agent and the attorney regarding identifying NIL deals?
So I think you're asking as if you're an attorney and you're representing someone for NIL. Is that how the question's being posed maybe?
It's a Zoom person,
Okay,
but I
yeah.
assume that's what she's asking.
Right.
us.
So I can't answer that. I'm not an attorney. So I'll have to defer to the attorneys. But I think you have to wear your NIL hat when you're doing NIL. And then when you're an attorney, you wear an attorney hat. That's what I would think. But I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to mislead anyone.
All right, well, that's it for the panel. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in a short moment. Thank you.
Hey, we are going to get started with one of our last panels for today. Thank you guys for hanging in there the past few days. This last panel is on sponsorship and endorsement deals, and we have Cecil White from William Morris Endeavor, who is going to be covering this session. And before we get into the session, we have a giveaway from his company, William Morris Endeavor. They are giving away one 30-minute informational interview for someone in the audience. And how we're going to decide who is going to get that informational interview is we want someone to tell us at least 2 clients that William Morris Endeavor represents, and you will get the informational interview from his agency. So raise your hand if you can name 2 clients that William Morris Endeavor represents.
Y'all watching for Google searches and stuff? No Google searches.
Cannot do it on your phone. Yell it out.
All right, that's one. Not Lady Gaga anymore. Duane Wagner's one. But we need 2. Joel Embiid's one. Well, do we have 2? Like, I don't. Okay.
He said 2.
I think that's the first 2. He's got the first 2. I don't know. Yeah.
So.
My man right here in the front gave me 2. I don't know. Everybody else is just yelling 1.
Okay. You will get the informational interview. Congratulations.
Oh, you already straight though. Aren't you a panelist?
Okay. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Those are 2.
Who said that?
My man in the White Sox hat just gave 2.
Jalen.
And what were the 2 that he gave?
Venus Williams and Candace Parker. And Serena Williams, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Good stuff. That was way more hectic than we anticipated.
This is not the last panel.
Oh,
I know Attorney Thomas maybe had a little flub and said that this was the last panel, but we do have one additional panel after this. So I just wanted to make everyone aware of that.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kiera Moore, and I'm a 3rd-year law student at Southern University Law Center. Today, we are joined with Mr. Cecil White, agent and executive at WEM Sports. So before we get started, take some time to tell everyone about who you are and your journey and how you got to where you are.
Yeah, first and foremost, thank you guys for having me. First time in Baton Rouge. You guys have insanely good Cajun food as advertised. So if I fall asleep, it's because I have the itis. I'm Cecil White at WME. Been at the agency for going on 7 years now. Originally from Hampton, Virginia. That's kind of the impetus for me getting into the industry. It's a big sports and entertainment town. Grew up watching guys like Allen Iverson, Michael Vick. On the entertainment side, Pharrell Williams, Missy Elliott. They were all from my hometown. And I knew I was never good enough in sports and, couldn't sing. So I wasn't going to be an artist. So wanted to find an alternative way to play in the space. Went to college at University of Virginia, studied finance and management. Actually, much in part due to lack of programs like this, I didn't have much visibility into the agents world, right? Like a lot of the interpretation I had for jobs in sports and entertainment was what I saw on television, right? Like everybody watched Entourage growing up or, Ballers, right? For instance. So I knew from seeing those images that, I was interested in the field, but I didn't know where to start. And so when I was in college, I applied to every agency mailroom across the country, CAA, WME, UTA. I was rejected by all of them. And so I had to find an alternative path. So I figured, I could just take a traditional job, try to get a foundational skill set, and then make it applicable to the industry later on. And that's what I did. I worked on Wall Street at Barclays Investment Bank for 3 years, kind of did mergers and acquisitions, business development, learned the art of business and deal making, and then applied again to the agencies, this time for like corporate finance roles. Ended up getting a job at WME, worked in finance there for about 3 more years, and then pivoted, became an agent where I've been for the last 4 or 5. So that's kind of the long-winded trajectory.
And I saw executive. Tell me a little bit more about that position within WME.
Yeah. So, you know, the business, I'm sure you guys have learned thus far, like, you know, there's talent, there's properties, there's brands, there's media. I kind of play in 3 of the 4 spaces. So I represent talent off field for sponsorship and endorsements. I sell multimedia rights on behalf of teams, leagues, organizations. And then I also consult brands as well. And so it's a little bit of a multi-hyphenate role. I would say 80% of my time is doing endorsement deals and sponsorships and business development more broadly for our talent. And then the other 20% is just being a Swiss Army knife for multimedia rights and brands.
All right, so let's jump right in. So we're talking all things sponsorship and endorsement deals.
Mhm.
You know, today's world of sports looks a lot different than it was 50 years ago, right? So not only are their salaries larger, but the star and you know, rise to fame and all of that is more substantial. So athletes and brands can substantially capitalize off of all of that, right? So while the earnings on the field and court are generally driven by their performance, these endorsement deals also add to their pockets, right?
For
So
sure.
I know that clients are interested into a multitude of things. So when clients come to you and say, hey, I'm interested in this brand, what are the steps that you start taking?
First is to assess why. Like organic affinity and authenticity, I think is even more important. And it sounds cliche and like buzzwords, but in this era where consumers are just, you know, inherently more, you know, informed than they were ever, probably in the history of the economy as we know it, it's really important to make sure that the brand partnerships that our clients are seeking are for the right reasons and that they're actually going to organically promote brands. So, you know, if my clients are seeking a paycheck, for instance, and they see that brands are spending a lot of money, we may not recommend that we move forward with that opportunity, or, you know, just kind of assess that it's going to take more than just chasing a check, right, to make that partnership come to fruition. After that, it's really the hard part of going and making the outreach. Being at an agency of WME size, the benefit is if I don't know someone at that brand already, one of my colleagues probably does and has done a deal with them. So then we get in touch, we try to structure a deal, and then we, you know, get to the fun stuff of bringing it to life and activating. But those are kind of the action steps. But I think that first conversation of interrogating the why is really important.
So I like that you touched at that, but with the ever-changing dynamics of sports, and I know that you said you're trying to find why, and I know that they see that these brands are spending. Do you see any trends with these brands, specifically like with regards to sponsorship and endorsement deals?
Yeah, well, first of all, there's the obvious, which is none of them want to activate on traditional media platforms anymore. It's all social media, it's all digital. I also think the part that I get most excited about personally is the compensation models. So we're seeing more equity deals now, which as a banker, I get really excited about. Opportunities for athletes to actually get ownership positions in the brands that they're endorsing, to participate in the upside. Revenue share, royalties are now being talked about easier, right? Like people are, you know, more willing to give up more upside in product SKUs. A lot of signature collections, right? Like you'll see someone come out with their own line of insert consumer retail, you know, product SKU, whether it's, you know, the Sauce Gardner barbecue sauce or the Odell Beckham Jr. toothpaste, right? Like everybody kind of has their own signature product, which I think is really interesting. And lastly, I think, you know, it's just more true partnership. Like no one wants a transaction, right? Like it needs to be a more holistic deal, not just product promotion, but, you know, does the talent have a philanthropy that the brand can endorse? Do they have a production company that the brand can invest in, right? Like what are the ways to make it more holistic and not just a one-off? I think are things that both brands and athletes are looking for nowadays.
But still staying on that topic, we just talked about brands. What are in your athletes, you know, trying to figure out what is the right, what is your why behind? What are some of the biggest misconceptions about endorsement and sponsorship deals?
It's a great question. How much time they take, you know, like when you see someone coming out with their own brand or even just showing up in a Super Bowl ad, like that's like 8 to 12 months worth of work a lot of the times. You know what I mean? Like we're placing people in next year's Super Bowl ads like now.
So I think the time that it takes behind the scenes to really bring these things to fruition, it really doesn't get spoken about often, but it's also why we we tell our clients like doing this stuff is like making art. Like you can't just say, oh, I want to endorse this company. It's like, you have to understand this is going to be an entire process that's going to take your time and your energy. So yeah, that's one thing I don't think people understand.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw out some names, but multi-billion-dollar companies like Nike and Adidas shell out millions to be partners with these athletes. While we're talking about some of these larger brands, what are some of the key traits and characteristics that they look at in these athletes to, brand and sponsor them? Like,
yeah, obviously authentic tie to the product and the brand is key. Like if your guy is a basketball player who grew up in EYBL and playing in Nike, like Adidas is going to ask you that question after the NBA draft. If you're pitching Adidas, like, has he actually tried the product? Is he going to feel comfortable wearing the shoe, or she, for the W as well? After that, what are the things that they're interested in? I don't think brands are interested in just pure play athletes anymore. We're kind of in the year of the ampersand, right? Like the multi-hyphenate athlete. So LeBron is a basketball player and a producer. KD is, an athlete and an investor. So what is your and? I think is something that brands definitely want to know. And what are some of the other things that they can invest in? And then the off-court, off-field things, right? Like there's no need to call out certain names. I'm sure we've all seen in the headlines. Certain athletes have, definitely had some situations off the field and off the court that have jeopardized some endorsement deals. And that's a tale as long as time, and that'll continue to be important. But we definitely get the character question a lot from brands, and they do their research too, outside of what they know about us. They call coaches, they call scouts, and definitely do their diligence. These are multi-million-dollar decisions, as you said, so they take it really seriously.
and I know I just threw out a few specific brands, right? Nike and Adidas, but are there other specific brands that are more prone to work with certain athletes?
Yeah, I think consumer retail brands in general, right? Like you have to think like the whole purpose of this, the whole purpose of endorsements is for brands to kind of like either expand outside of their core demographic of consumer or go deeper with their current consumer. So think brands that are going to be very consumer facing, Gillette, any brand within Procter and Gamble's universe, Unilever. The beverage space is always going to be hot, right? Coca-Cola, Pepsi, all their subsidiaries. A perfect example is Starry, which is, brand new kind of iteration on Sierra Mist, and their launch party for the world was at NBA All-Star, right? So I think any brand that really wants to widen the funnel of their consumer is going to think about the athlete first, more than likely, just given the multimedia associated with partnering them and the visibility that comes with it.
And I know that you mostly deal with basketball, right?
Mhm.
I know I said, are there brands that specifically work with athletes? But in the basketball realm, are there positions where athletes are, brands are more prone to work with that point guard or?
Yeah, I think it starts with personality for sure. Like, if you're an interesting athlete, regardless of sport, I think brands are going to gravitate towards you. But once you've checked that box, in the basketball world, I definitely think position plays a role. You have certain big men who cut through the clutter, like a Joel Embiid, for instance, who we represent, who's got a super robust endorsement portfolio. But outside of that, it's mainly guards. And I think it's because for performance apparel and shoes specifically, they're trying to show the versatility of a product, right? Speed, endurance, all those things. So, guards are, cutting, they're doing all types of things, whereas a big man is kind of doing 3 steps in shooting. But as the game of basketball is changing and it's becoming a more perimeter play sport, you're also seeing more big men get deals. Like Giannis Antetokounmpo is a great example of that, right? Like he's a footer, but he's got a massive shoe endorsement deal too, which just wasn't the case for guys who fit his profile, at least physically, 4 or 5 years ago. So it's changing.
So let's Transitionists, they've secured the deal, right?
Mhm.
What are some of the biggest mishaps that you see when clients have signed that deal?
I hate to sound like a broken record, but like that authenticity piece rears its ugly head very, very quickly, right? Like if someone did a deal for a bag, they're going to get annoyed with it the day after they sign it. You know what I mean? Because I mean, the exclusivity is real. Like if you sign a Nike deal and you're out wearing Adidas at some party and someone takes a picture of you, like you are in breach of contract and, you know, you could in theory lose that deal. So utilizing the product is probably the first thing that we encounter. The second thing is just deliverables. I mean, all these, you know, contracts are, you know, pretty robust in their services that they require. So we have production days, photo shoots, required numbers of social posts, press and media interviews, all the work that comes along with it. And so we as agents and marketing agents do our best to like slate out those services and make them manageable. But, you know, you occasionally get the phone call from your client, like, do we really have to post today? Do I really have to do this photo shoot? And those are the kind of the nuances of the job from like a human capital, you know, people perspective that you kind of have to master.
So you briefly spoke about the contracts, right? And they have terms and that they have to abide by, right? Let's talk about the financial models of some of these sponsorship and endorsement deals. How are the athletes paid? I mean, is it half up front? Is it upon completion?
Who's in this room, man? Like, no, because like it's a real question. Like if you're a good agent, you're going to get as much up front as you can, right? So it's a good question. I would say 50% up front, and the rest of the 50% paid like monthly or quarterly throughout the term of the contract is like the most preferred terms. But I've signed deals that aren't that way, quite frankly. Just, I mean, it depends how much leverage you have, right? If it's a client they really want, then you could push on payment terms. And sometimes the brands have leverage. Like a Nike contract, you're not going to get much movement from. You know what I mean? Like what you see is what you get. Adidas, Under Armour, Puma, certainly you could get more wiggle room, not just with payment terms, but with exclusivity. Like Nike is not, if you sign a shoe deal, it's not just apparel, you know, top and bottom and shoe. They want you wearing Nike sunglasses, Nike hats, I mean, everything, watches. So you can't go do an Omega watch deal, or Tissot is the official watch of the NBA. If you have an NBA guy, depending on how that Nike contract is written, they may not go get it back from Tissot. So, you know, getting into the weeds of contracts is also really important. Just given everything that you mentioned in your last question around, you know, what are some of the hurdles you encounter? It depends on the type of contract that you can craft from the jump.
So I know you just talked a little bit about some of these brands do not redline. They're very rigid in structure. Are you seeing any new interesting financial models from some of these brands?
Yeah, early stage and growth stage companies are like the funnest to work with, because like I said, you can ask for 1% of the company and it's meaningful, you know. I do think for the larger businesses, you could probably get stock options, but owning stock in Nike, I mean, like anybody could do that, right? The whole point is like you want equity in private businesses that haven't gone public yet, that aren't yet traded on the public market, so that when they sell or go public, your athlete can make 8 figures, you know, sometimes 9 figures, depending on, you know, the strength of their equity position. So I do think growth stage companies and private companies offer really interesting financial models. And depending on your athlete, of course, you know, you could get that rev share signature product or signature, you know, economic mechanism baked in there too. But yeah, I definitely think from a financial standpoint, especially when as social media is evolving, the timing of payments is super important. People want to be paid based on posts now, not just as much time, you know, not based on time that elapses, right? So if you're not going to get paid for another 3 months, but you're doing 4 social posts a month, like on that 8th social post in the second month, you're like, yo, like when is that payment going to hit my account? You know what I mean? So certain brands are flexible based on that now.
So this might be going off script, but you keep mentioning equity deals. Tell me a little bit about that versus ownership versus sponsorship deals.
Yeah. I, you know, always give the analogy of like it's dating versus getting married. A sponsorship deal, 2-year term, 3-year term, you come in, you do the services, you leave. Equity, you have ownership into that company in a perpetuity, right? Which is great financially, but that means in year 6, 7, 8 of that company's lifestyle or life cycle, they're coming to you still asking for services, right? And some of it is stuff that's not in the agreement. Like if, for instance, when we were building Odell's oral care line, Moon, they were selling into Walmart, and they got an email they got a meeting with Doug McMillan, the CEO of Walmart, and they're like, yo, we need Odell to like fly to Arkansas to take this meeting and like tell the CEO of Walmart why he owns 5% of this company, right? And we had to explain that to him, and luckily he jumped on a plane and did it, and the company's doing well. But it's more of a business relationship, more of a joint venture, more of a strategic partnership versus just kind of like paid to play endorsement.
Interesting. And now because we're talking about deals, I always talk about one of my favorite deals is the Derrick Rose. I think he was 185 million with Adidas, even though he's had some ups and downs with his careers. I read into his deal, and it's about like receiving annual royalties. Do you know much about royalties? I know you mentioned it earlier.
Yeah. Signature shoes are massive, right? And like, not to name names or anything, but like Kyrie Irving, it's what made Kyrie's Nike exit so significant. It was like the guy was making $20 million a year from his signature shoe, not from like the master endorsement, just from his signature shoe, right? So that's massive. I mean, Michael Jordan's deal with Nike structured that way, right? Like he just has a 5% royalty, and that just equates to hundreds of millions of dollars every year. And so when you see an athlete with a signature shoe, it's a massive investment. And most times we think US stuff, right? Like when you go to a Finish Line or a Champs and you see someone with their signature shoe, like that's like 2% of the market. The real money is being made in like China, right? Where like folks are buying signature shoes. Like they're massive basketball fans over there, massive basketball fans. So Jason Tatum's deal with Jordan Brand, I mean, we represent Luka Doncic. He's had the highest grossing signature shoe at Jordan since Mike with the Luka ones, and 75% of the revenue from his revenue share is coming from China, right? So it's a massive value proposition. It basically just means global exposure, really real marketing, and yeah, really strong, royalties and revenue share too.
So I'm going to piggyback, going a little bit back to what you said about if you endorse Nike everything, right? So you talked about a conflict of interest regarding watches, right? So if one type of brand is interested in working with an athlete, right, is that athlete prohibited from working with other brands?
Competitors for sure. And again, the breadth of that exclusivity just depends on who that brand is, how much leverage they have, and how much they're paying you, right? For Odell, it was a big thing for us. Like, he was the second highest paid football athlete at Nike, despite the fact that he wasn't playing last year, right? And Oakley approached us about doing a signature line of sunshades. Couldn't do it. Obviously, I'm not sure if you guys remember a couple of years ago, he was wearing AP watches on the field and Richard Mille watches on the field. It was like a massive problem with Nike. So, it wasn't because we signed a bad deal. It was because in order to get that number that he wanted, we had to give up a lot of exclusivity. So it's a give and take.
So I know I talked about working with competitors. I know you know more about in basketball, because I know in football, they're prohibited from like endorsing alcohol and whatnot. Are there any prohibitions in basketball specifically that they can't indulge in?
Things are changing now because the teams have indulged, right? So when the league starts taking on sponsors in certain categories, it's very hard for them to tell the players not to. So sports betting, alcohol, what they call vice brands, are typically off limits for athletes per the players' associations. So sports betting, spirits, beer, wine, etc. But the league, the NFL has their massive deal with, I think it's FanDuel. DraftKings is obviously in bed with a couple of major teams. Retired players don't have an issue. So just to be clear, we're talking about guys that are active, but we're seeing wiggle room. So now players can endorse the brands, just not the products in certain categories, right? So Russell Westbrook has a deal with Hennessy. He could talk about how we're chasing greatness with Hennessy, but he can't say, I just drank this amazing glass of Henny and Coke, right? So there are things that are changing. But yeah, those limitations are still there.
I know I'm talking about current athletes, but let's talk about collegiate athletes, those pre-draft deals. I know that like when I watch the NFL, pre-draft, I see a lot of bowls, right? Tell me about pre-draft deals with some of those basketball.
Yeah, that's our audition as an agency for marketing. It's such a hot time for our players. It's when the brands are really trying to get in and establish their relationships from the jump. You really don't see guys endorsing multiple brands in the same category over the course of their career. So whoever you're with during the pre-draft and draft phase is probably who you're going to be with in years 4 or 5. So it's a really sensitive time, I would say. And we try to say no before we say yes a lot. Just we save our leverage. A lot of brands don't like to spend until they see after where you're drafted. So you could be, we all are probably going to be sitting in front of our TVs watching the NBA draft. You could be projected to be a top 5 pick and slide to 50. You could be someone who's not even on the draft board and be a top 10 pick, which happened to us last year with Jalen Williams on the Oklahoma City Thunder, who went to Santa Clara and wasn't on the draft board, got drafted 12th. He's now second in line for Rookie of the Year behind Paolo Banchero. And so we intentionally sat out. He was getting not great offers on the endorsement side before the draft. Said, okay, wait. He got drafted 12th. We did his shoe deal with Adidas. We did his beverage deal. He's got a cologne deal with Joe Malone, all this stuff. And it happened the weeks after the draft. Whereas for Chet Holmgren, who was our client, we knew he was going to get drafted second. So we did his Nike deal before the draft. We did all that just in case they tried to value us, the other direction because of the Paolo versus Chet 1 versus 2 thing. So it's a little bit of Tetris.
So how does that screening process work? I know you said you knew with that one. How do you guys know not to indulge in certain brands prior to?
Market intelligence is a big one. How much have they spent in the past, right? We know at this point from the major brands what their max and min is, especially if it's sports specific, right? So I would say we mainly look at that. How much have they invested in, picks of this caliber, players of this caliber previously, and where do we think our guy stacks up relative to those players? And looking at their unique value propositions too. We have a guy named Josh Christopher, who is one of my clients, plays for the Rockets. Got drafted 24th, I think, overall, but has 1 million followers on Instagram. So when we were doing his Jordan deal, they were valuing him like a 24th pick. We had to show him the analytics to say, listen, this dude is going to get you more reach than a Kemba Walker or other people on the Jordan brand roster because of who he is as an influencer. So you kind of have to use those tools to your disposal as well. And analytics, plays a big role.
And you have a team that is over analytics?
Yeah, we have a 60-person global analytics team across the entire agency, and they're global. So they look after our golfers, basketball players, movie stars, influencers, and they can pull data at the drop of a hat that's as deep as Chet Holmgren's fans are 10 times more likely to buy Nike than the national average. And you can imagine how valuable that information can be when you're going into, a negotiation, trying to win another $500,000 in a negotiation, for instance.
Well, I want to thank you for that. But before we close out, I want to ask you, what is some advice you would give to clients, not clients, but agents who are in the endorsement and sponsorship space?
Some agents, like my peers, stay out of my way. Nah, don't try to steal my clients. I think, look, we're all trying to create a new iteration of athlete ownership, and Serena and Bron and folks like that have really paved the way for young Black athletes specifically to ask for more, and to command more, and to have ownership and all the things. So I would challenge my fellow agents to not just push for the best deal financially, but for the best situation strategically, and think about how these brands cannot just, partner with, talent from a promotional standpoint, but from a business standpoint, and to elevate their entire enterprise and invest in them as human beings and the projects that they have going on off the court. And I think we owe it to our clients. I think we owe it to the next generation of Black athletes and young Black people in general to make those outcomes happen, like to create more Black billionaires. You know what I mean?
So I want to thank you for being so candid. I'm going to open up the questions for the audience. Anybody has a question?
We're going to do Zoom really quick, then I'll open it up to the audience. From Anthony Lockhart, who is normally the point of contact that I would reach out to in a company to discuss deals? And who is the gatekeeper or direct person you would recommend?
He's trying to get it popping? Who is it?
It's a Zoom person.
Okay, no, it sounds like he's trying to do a deal. No, so yeah, the marketing agent for an athlete is typically the first person. If you reach out to their on-court agent too, if you go to like realgm.com, you can figure out who the on-court agent is for whatever athlete you want. And then when you reach out to on-court, they'll flip you to the marketing person. Yeah.
Good answer. Dylan G says, given your background running your own philanthropy named after your mother, how do you help your clients align their endorsement deals with their work?
It's a great question. Yeah, it's a non-starter for a lot of our clients. If you want to be in the business of the athlete, you also have to be in the business of their philanthropy, of, like I said, their production companies, of some of the other businesses that could cross collaborate. So I think we just communicate from the jump that this person is more than an athlete. These are the things they have going on off of the field or court, and whether it's a one-off deal or a 10-year deal, you have to make some sort of investment in what they have going on. And hopefully, more times than not, it's not a tough conversation, but we do make it clear from the jump.
Appreciate you being here. My name is Ellis Wolf Saladin. I'm a 1L here at Southern University Law Center. And my question is, how does injury affect marketing for a veteran like Odell and for a rookie like Shed?
Great question. It's ironic you should give those examples because those are two totally separate ways of handling it, right? Like, because O was at a different point in his career, right? Being a guy who's been in the league for a long time, the injury conversation as it related to his marketing, because we don't do his contract, we only do his marketing, was a lot tougher. These people were wondering what's next. Is he going to play again? If so, for who? Like, there were very tangible questions that we had to answer. And honestly, like, we didn't do his contract. So we were calling his contract agent to get those. And it was difficult. For Chet, it was quite easy, right? Like, he's a rookie. So he's got a 20-year runway to correct that injury. And thankfully, it wasn't like the first of, or one of many injuries that he had in his career. I think the tough part for O was that he had been injured before, right? And so, we couldn't say that this was some freak accident that, hadn't happened before. So we were able to handle the Chet situation with a lot more confidence than we did as a situation like O, if I'm being perfectly honest. You just have to be real with people. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell a brand that somebody's going to return to the court after they had like a season-ending ACL injury, So.
My name is Justin Anthony. I'm a marketing major here at Southern University. And I was wondering, does Nike pay you more for like the exclusivity of their products like watches and hats and stuff versus like an Adidas?
So yes and no. It depends on who you are, right? Like, the key in all these negotiations is leverage. If you're a number one overall pick and Nike knows that Adidas, Jordan Brand, UA are all at the table, they'll be more flexible with you. I would say it's usually the opposite though. Like, Nike usually isn't the biggest spender in general, right? Because they know that they, in the minds of a lot of people, have a superior product, if I'm being perfectly honest. So, if a guy's getting an offer from Adidas that's 2 times the amount of Nike, that guy may still take Nike just because they get to wear the Virgil Abloh off-white Air Force Ones into the stadium, where, you know, Adidas is going to have you wearing, you know, some shell toes. And it's just a different reality, you know, let alone on-court product. So, I mean, it is a very real situation, and that's not to speak disparagingly on Adidas. I think the Jerry Lorenzo thing was brilliant. A lot of guys are now signing with Adidas because of that. Puma's the same way with Dapper Dan. UA has done some innovative stuff, but yeah, all that plays a role in the pricing. I think Nike just doesn't really move on exclusivity, period. They'll move on the number before they move on like giving you a category back more times than not.
All right, one more Zoom question from Courtney Bunch. She says, how would you handle a situation for a client who has a similar issue like Ja Morant?
Wow. No, it's a real question. Putting them first. Like, you know, these athletes are our superheroes. So it's easy for us to forget sometimes that they're just regular human beings like we are. And, you know, for a guy like that who has massive opportunity in front of him, but also has a lot of stress and, you know, community on his back, it's a lot. And I think your role, first and foremost, is to be an advocate, a mentor, a friend, before it is to be an agent. So before you even get to the business of it all, just making sure that he's in a good position and defending him, you know, outwardly as much as you can after you've done the work with your client to make sure that they're in a good position. For a guy like that, you pray that that situation gets better quickly and that he's got the right team around him off the court, which I believe he does, to help him get through it quickly.
All right, are there any more audience questions? Mr. Kelton.
It's not really a question, just could you share with the group kind of like the importance of spending dollars in the marketplace on advertising versus cash that you may get, you know,
Totally.
in an endorsement situation?
Yeah, 100%. So your first question was like, why would someone take a deal, right? And to your point, exposure really matters. So in addition to investing in the athlete themselves, one question that we always ask is, how much are you investing around promoting the partnership with that athlete? So where are you going to be, you know, promoting the partnership? Is it going to be television, radio, social media, print? You know, and obviously with some of our athletes who are making a lot more on the court and on the field than off, they're willing to take cash off the table personally for their endorsement fee if it means more money gets rolled into the marketing behind their partnership. So if a deal is $1 million, we may say take 200,000 of that and put it into the marketing budget to make sure that people see it. I think it's particularly a little more relevant in football, where, you know, guys aren't highly visible because of the helmet and all the things. Basketball, you know, guys are typically a little bit more recognizable, but it's 100% a valid point that we push for that as much as possible alongside of the other investments that we mentioned. It's a good point.
Ezekiel Tyson III. I'm a graduate student at the University of Oregon.
Good to meet you.
I was curious, so when it comes to these brand sponsorships, who usually approaches who first, the brand or like the agent?
It's a good question. Probably 50-50, honestly. I was 50% of my days like talking to brands on behalf of my clients, like making outreach. And then the other 50% is talking to my clients about brands that they want me to reach out to. The challenge of outreach is sometimes you're educating them on who your client is in general, especially when you're doing crossover work. So, you know, especially in the NBA, guys love high fashion. So you're calling Marnie, Louis, you know, Amiri, like these brands that like are really popping, but they might not know who the, you know, shooting guard on the Milwaukee Bucks is, you know what I mean? So you kind of have to do that education, and that's what makes that difficult. And then of course, with inbounds, for brands that are interested in your clients, you obviously have negotiating leverage because you know that there's like baked in interest in your client as well. So that gives you a little bit of leg up for negotiation. So I would say it's about a 50-50 split, and hopefully that provides some nuance on the two situations.
All right, do you want to wrap it up?
So you have a question. So
Yeah.
you talked about marketing. How is using some of these social media platforms in capitalization? Like
That's the main revenue driver. Yeah. That's the main revenue driver. Like I don't know how folks did this job before social media for someone who wasn't like a megastar, to be perfectly honest with you. And I give them credit because a lot of the times, you know, the way we're selling our athletes is no different than we would sell an influencer or traditional Hollywood talent at WME. It's like this person has a baked in media channel. So irrespective of whether you know who the shooting guard on the Milwaukee Bucks is, you know that he's got a reach of XYZ million across Instagram, TikTok, you know, Twitter. And I'll say that it's been fascinating to watch guys and girls make more money off of the field than other folks who are like lesser on the field. So like our highest grossing NIL client is a young woman named Livy Dunn, who's actually an Olympic gymnast down the road at LSU. And she's making like hand over fist more than the Chet Holmgrens of the world. This year we had Grady Dick, who's like on the #1 basketball team in the country right now, will probably win the national championship. You know, some very real NIL talent. We had Will Levitz. She made more than all those guys because she's a TikTok phenom, you know? So that's the main revenue driver that we're seeing.
So I have a follow-up question to that. Even
Yeah.
though it's might be touching into a little NIL, how do you keep them focused, even though, you know, the NIL and the marketing, how do
Yeah.
you keep them focused on the sport itself? Because that's the end goal.
Of course, by communicating from the jump the way that this all happens, right? And we have a very really awesome slide that we show people that like shows like the nucleus of a business and its on-court performance. And then the outer ring of the nucleus is your social media. And then the outer ring of that is like public perception. And so all those things go into it, but you know, we won't be having, and we always say this, like we would never be having a conversation with an athlete from day one as like a potential agent for them if it weren't for their on-field, on the court performance. So it's chiefly important. I think that's where parents and just like their overall village come into play as well. Like I don't talk to players directly until they're 21 for the most part. I do when I have to. I want to be talking to a mom, a dad, a mentor, a coach, whoever brought us in, so that they can focus on, you know, everything that's happening on the court day to day and let us handle everything else with the adults in their lives. And then, you know, when they're ready and they're at a more formidable part in their career, they can get more engaged.
Thank you. Is that all the questions?
Thanks.
So hello, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate you for sticking it out with us. We hope that you've enjoyed the Sports Agent Bootcamp thus far. We will go ahead and get started with our SULC alumni panel. For those of you that don't know, I have with me Mr. Shane Williams and Miss Ivory Tab. And we will get started. If you could tell the audience a little bit about your background, and then we'll go from there. We can start with you, Miss Ivory. Yeah.
Hello there. Hi. It's great to see everyone. So glad you stayed with us through this last bit. My name is Ivory Tab, and I did not go to Southern Law School. All of my business and all of my schooling came from LSU. So I have a master's in sports marketing, and I am the flip side. And when I say the flip side, when we were talking about NIL and Cecil was talking about branding, where do you get those deals from? How are they coming? I'm the person where you get the deals from. So I do the branding, the marketing. I'm the one that's calling the agents. I'm the one that's deciding how much we're going to pay. I'm the one that is basically doing the off field. I used to have a bunch of clients that I managed and did this all for, and then I switched to the brand side. And so when we say, how do the deals get done? I'm the one who's on the other side of the phone getting the deals done.
Thank you. Attorney Williams.
Definitely. Shane Williams, 2005 graduate of Southern University Law Center from Alexandria, Louisiana. NFL PA certified as an agent, also NBA PA certified as an agent, and also NCAA certified as a basketball agent for them. But since I was 11 years old, I wanted to be an agent. I think my first glimpse of it, I was obviously came through the Michael Jordan era, so that was my GOAT. And I used to always see him around, but I always saw another guy that was with him off the court, like at media things, photo shoots. And I wondered, okay, who is this guy? And I found out that was David Falk, his sports agent. So at that point, instead of watching Michael Jordan dunk in the All-Star game, I was looking at the commercials to see what deals he had with McDonald's and Gatorade and how they negotiated those deals. So I also knew I needed to go to law school. So that's when I made it my goal and my dream at that point that I need to attend law school, because you got to understand contracts when you're a sports agent. So went to Southern University undergrad, graduated 2001, 2002, got my master's degree from Southern University. And I just stayed on the yard, did my thing at the law school, but I always knew the goal was to get everything, situated to be a sports agent. So, that's what I've been doing.
So can you tell us a little bit about how Southern University Law Center helped prepare you for a career as a sports agent?
Definitely. If you at the law school, they're gonna put you in situations to be successful. Obviously, events like this, networking. When you're a sports agent, you're gonna be around different people. If y'all probably saw all these people come, the last couple of days, and it's a lot of networking. There's a lot of passing cards, passing numbers. And when you're at the law school, there's always events, things that you're doing. Your professors, obviously, some of them become friends. My mentor was the chancellor now, Chancellor Pierre. They would put you on different things, but substantively, obviously, you got contracts, you got obligations, you have legal writing. I took mediation training in law school, and also alternative dispute resolution. So all of those things help you when you become a sports agent. And also I did clinicals, and although it wasn't like a sports law clinical, it was my first opportunity to actually have clients. So you got a chance to, because when you represent players, they're your clients. So you got a chance to see how that was my first glimpse of like managing cases and also managing personalities and things of that nature. So those are some of the things that helped me.
I would definitely like to go back on what you said about mediation clinic. I think that was a real good help. I've been in that clinic as well.
Definitely.
So the next question is for both of you guys. What was your first experience as an agent or a sports professional? And can you talk a little bit about your current day-to-day?
So two things. One, like I said, I was actually the first academic advisor that Southern had for athletes, and I was the assistant girls basketball coach here. So for me, when you asked your question, what did Southern do? It was a perfect balance between Southern and LSU. Over here at Southern, you got hustle. We had to get out there and get everything that we needed, especially for women's basketball in this space. It wasn't as big as it was then. So, going out, doing deals and doing different things, that's what it taught me. And that's what it learned for this day-to-day right now, because the day-to-day is a hustle. When you have a bunch of clients and you're trying to get deals for them, unless you know the me that's sitting there to get those deals, like Cecil mentioned earlier, you're kind of cold calling and doing it on your own. And back then, when I first started, social media wasn't like it was. So when he said, how did these people do it? It was literally you calling someone, you knowing someone, and you trying to explain your client to the best of your abilities. So now my day-to-day is me already knowing who I want, me knowing what brand, what athlete is a good fit for what brand. And that's based on what everyone said earlier, is knowing your client, knowing what works. If your client loves dogs and cat food approaches, just because it's a bag, you don't say yes to that. But people say yes to that. And so it's literally, the small things that you have to know and you have to understand of what the business looks like and basically who you're getting in bed with.
Okay, what about you, Attorney Williams? Can you explain your first experience as a sports agent and how your current day-to-day runs?
Definitely. My first experience, I got certified in the NFLPA August or September of 2007. Was blessed enough. My first client was in February. I got signed my first client in February 2008. Jamal Charles, who's running back out of University of Texas. Projected to go real early in the draft. I was able to work with one of the larger agencies with Jamal. So I learned the business from the beginning to the end, because he, obviously, went to the combine, had his pro day, he had endorsement deals. All 32 teams were calling. So I got a chance to learn a lot of things early on. He ended up going 73rd overall, third round pick in the draft. So some of the things and a lot of things I learned just that first year, I still use today when dealing with my clients. So, and as far as the current day-to-day, right now, as far as NFL, we're getting ready for the NFL draft. So combines just finished, so it's pro days. So basically contacting players every day, talking to trainers, talking to medical staffs, talking to position coaches, and also, definitely talking to your clients, making sure that they're staying on their A game, eating right, keeping their weight, making sure they're progressing in areas they need to tighten up on, and just, making sure that, everybody's staying out of trouble. So we want to make sure that, we get them to the pro day, they get through it, and, stay healthy. So that's pretty much my day-to-day right now.
Thank you. So how do you evaluate potential clients or brands and decide who to represent? We'll start with Attorney Williams.
Well, if you're a young agent, my suggestion would be, like Ms. Tab said, you have to almost do like the old school way / the new school way. You have to start by using your connections that are around you. So even in this room, everybody has family, everybody has friends, people have individuals they went to high school together. We're in law school and doing our thing, but you might have somebody in your family that's about to graduate from LSU and or is roommates with a guy that's graduating. So use your connections, because if you don't sign with a big firm out of law school, or you starting independent, you got to use everything you can to really get in the business. Like I said, my first client went third round. That was my cousin, but I had to make sure, I handled my business. He wasn't just going to sign with me if I didn't have my business together. So I went and got certified. I had to interview just like everybody, all the other agents, but I had to prepare myself. But you got to put yourself in those positions to even get opportunity. You might not win all the time. You might not, you might get more no's and yeses, but that one time you get a yes, that might take you out of here. So you just have to also, obviously y'all know about social media, y'all know about things like that, but sometimes word of mouth, because it's not a profession like being a lawyer. It's probably hundreds of thousands of lawyers in the country, but it's not that many agents, sports agents in the country. Now they're starting to build up now, but you think about it, growing up, how many did you know? So you're probably going to be the only one in your circle. So when people think about those things, you want to think about you.
That's good. Ms. Pat?
For me, the biggest thing, like we said, is reputation. What is your reputation? What are the streets saying about you? I was fortunate enough, like I said, when I was at LSU, I came there on a track scholarship. So I was already embedded into the world of sports. And then I started tutoring. And when I got my master's, I was the academic advisor for freshman football. So I had 3 to 4 guys who were getting ready to get drafted. And it was like, okay, when you get drafted, we're going to go and we're going to turn it into something bigger. And so I was fortunate enough that one of my guys got drafted. And he got drafted high. And then that turned to going to the Cowboys. And when we got to the Cowboys, it was 3 other players I had at LSU. It was somebody on the basketball team. So it was a built-in already bridge. It was a built-in network from me doing the work while I was here. And it comes to who best fits I know that I could deal with high-risk guys. I was trained to deal with high-risk guys at LSU. So dealing with guys who may not come from the best homes, dealing with guys, who always have problems. And so the question is, how does that affect you and your job? What are you good at? How do you and that person mesh? And especially when it comes to players, not only how well do you and that person mesh, how much do you and their family mesh? because they family is coming with them. They friends, they little cousins,
Everybody.
Everybody is coming with them. And you, yes, you want to sign a client. Yes, you want to be in the forefront. But the question is it going to cost you more headaches in the long run? Is it something that you're prepared to do? Is it just one client you have? Do you have a bunch of them? So those are things that you have to look at and look at the family space and all of those things.
I can imagine that being super important. So how do you balance your client's best interests with the demands of people like the team owners or their managers?
And so that balance is, it's literally when you work one-on-one with their agents. Some agents have a full in-house agency and they do everything. Some agents only do on-field contracting. Some agents are looking for folks like me who are managers who can do all of the off-field stuff. Because as everyone has mentioned before me, there are so many things that come with that guy. Like Cecil just said, their philanthropy, dealing with their camps, dealing with, and when folks start seeing you doing this job and they see you with a person, they're going to start calling you for everything to help with everything, especially the guys like Javon, an attorney right here, they are on the road right now getting ready for draft. They have other clients who need a bunch of stuff right now. So who can handle that? Who can take care of that? And so once they know that, okay, we have somebody who's going to get it done, the team, the managers, the agents, all of them work together and are like, okay, this is a solid team that we have built and it's a great relationship. Sometimes it's not, but.
So what's your strategy for representing your client's best interests against the team owners and the managers?
Yeah, definitely. Just it's a lot of communication, a lot of trust between you and your client. So you have to be transparent with them and let them know, okay, this is the goal, and this is what the teams are saying you need to do, or what they're saying you're not doing. If you got a player that's you talking to different teams and they're saying that he needs to get stronger, and you got a guy that's not really doesn't like the weight room, where you need to tell them like, hey, you got to get in the weight room. You don't be in the weight room, it's going to cost you, down the road, because they're saying you're not strong. And that could, determine whether they're going to take you in the 5th round or not take you at all, or, pick another guy that's in the weight room and stronger than you. So you just have to be honest. You don't want to be yes man to your clients. You want to tell them the truth, give them all the information, because if you don't, it'll come back to bite you at the end, because when something doesn't happen right, somebody else is going to tell them, well, we told your agent that you needed to get stronger, you didn't do it. And so you don't want to be that agent that, didn't, keep your client in the loop. Definitely.
So how do you handle negotiating contracts for your clients?
Again, you definitely have to be, you have to understand contracts, or you have to, it depending on the situation. If it's a rookie deal, the guy gets drafted, obviously NFL, they have it where it's going to be more about, first round, second round, those contracts are pretty much guaranteed total. And then after that, it's about, trying to get as much signing bonus money, and also trying to, eliminate, the splits, the contracts. So, but if it's a free agent guy, you need to look at current contracts. You need to get with the NFLPA, use all their resources, and you need to study the contracts, find out what the market is, find out, what, other players that are situated similar to your player are getting. And you want to make sure that you, try to get them as much money as possible, either, in a guarantee or some type of signing bonus that they can get it, as quickly as possible. Because we all know in the NFL, it's a not for long league, and injuries happen all the time.
How do you approach negotiating contracts?
For me, it's literally the same way. And it's the value. It's the value built. It's the value that you think you're going to have based on the value that you think you want to have. And when I say, kids, because they're kids, and I have to say that because you're dealing with kids and their parents, and everyone thinks they're going first round in everything. Everyone thinks they're going to be the number one pick in everything. And a lot of companies, especially brands, you're gambling on what happens, one, before they get to the league, and then what happens for the duration of once they get to the league. And then also it's I keep going back to reputation, because nice guys and guys who other people don't feel like are a headache, and girls too, folks who have a reputation of off top being, this is a genuinely nice kid. This is a kid who we know is going to do what we need them to do. This is a person who's above board. Companies are willing to go above and beyond and give extra for that. Companies are willing to, guys, oh, you should have got cut, or you were not on the team because XYZ, but your attitude was good. And so we need you for that. And, in the space of it all, I do a lot of community relations, a lot of philanthropy work. You need guys who you can trust, are going to show up, are going to be available, who want to do it. So when you're negotiating the contract to be the face of the brand, when you're negotiating just, a small contract, it's literally looking at how is this kid going to represent you long-term and short-term.
So could each of you explain how important it is to build relationships with team executives and the scouts when it comes to your line of work?
So for me, that isn't a space that I play a lot in. For me, my relationships are built with the brands. My relationships are built with, like we said, the families. My relationships are built with the player and the coaches. Literally in this NIL space now, I always say to the coaches, especially when I'm dealing with college, especially if I'm giving somebody the bag, my first question to the coach is, who on your team deserves it? That could not be the best player. Who on your team can handle it? NIL is another job. Who on your team is capable of going to class still, getting their work done, showing up at practice, getting ready for games, and doing NIL? Those are things that translate the same to what you ask the coaches and the team. It's the same thing. It's just on a bigger scale and for bigger money. But then once you leave high school and now we're in the college and we're in the pros, these big deals and those big sponsorships and endorsements that Cecil was just talking about, those are the same questions that I'm asking you and I'm asking everyone around you, because it's basically starting over from scratch.
So how important is it for you to build these relationships with the scouts?
It's very important. Scouts, I didn't know that early, on. I didn't, know that you had to, build those relationships with these scouts. But now that's pretty much everything, because they kind of point you in the right direction in the players that, are going to have a shot in the next year's draft or in things of that nature. So, they're, you think, when you think about scouts, you think, oh, he's a scout for the Bears. He lives in Chicago. But when you look at it, when he's calling from the same area code you live in. But he's, they're not in Chicago. They're down the street from you. They hit up schools, here. So it's like they have scouts in Louisiana that live in Lafayette. And then you get to talk to them, and you're asking about different situations, but next thing you know, you're talking about the same thing. Oh, you dealt with, how did you come out in that hurricane, or how did this happen? And then they'll build that relationship. And when they have guys that they think that they're looking at, that they're scouting, that look good, they'll give you a heads up. And so that way you don't have to kind of guess and choose, or think this guy's going to do well, or this guy's not going to do well. They kind of give you a heads up. Okay, it might be worth spending some money on. It might be worth, it might be a PFA guy. It might be a, late round, day 3 guy. And that way you kind of know what you're dealing with, and instead of just going at it, on your own. And as far as the executives, those are the guys you're going to be negotiating the contracts with. So you definitely want to build a good relationship with them. I always, it's all about professionalism, being professional. Look at it like a marathon, not a sprint. They're humans just like us. They have families. They put their pants on one leg at a time. They have things that come up in their lives, that stresses and things of that nature. So sometimes they might not be nice, because they might have to be dealing with a whole bunch of other things. So you can't get offended, if you hit them up and they maybe don't hit you back for a week, or if you hit them up and they're not the same person you saw when you're on the field the weekend before. So you just have to understand that, you have to always be professional, build a relationship with them. And when it's time to negotiate that contract, it'll be an easier process. And when it does get hot, when it does, get to a point where it's a stalemate, everybody will still keep their head and be friends afterwards. But it won't, because a lot of times we see players like, man, why did he leave this team? Why he didn't re-sign with this team? Sometimes it's because the team didn't like the agent. So you got to think about the personal side. We all are human, and it seems like it's a bigger thing, but sometimes folks just don't like each other, and it didn't work out. But you never want to put yourself in a position where you're burning bridges. So try not to burn bridges, try to build them.
What are some common misconceptions about your roles as a sports professional?
So for me, I look at it and folks say, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm an off-field sports agent. I manage everything off-field. I do everything except contracts. And so for me, it's like, how do you get there? And I say, especially folks who are in law school, if you don't pass the bar, what you gonna do? Is that a thing?
Retake it.
Oh, okay. That's true. If you don't pass the agency test, what you gonna do?
Retake it.
How long do you gotta wait?
Wait another year.
Exactly. So now for a year, what are you going to do? If then once you pass your agency test, if you don't have no clients,
looking at walls.
Okay. So for me, I always lead with have a plan A, B, C. What value do you bring? What can you offer? Look at it differently. Yes, this was the way you were going to go, but something happened. So now what's going to happen? And that's the thing about being in this sports business, period, is you have to know when to pivot. You have to know how to pivot, and you have to know how to juggle a lot of balls at one time to be able to do this job well. And I was fortunate, back in the day, you had to go to law school to be an agent. Now you don't. And if I wanted to take the test and if I wanted to pursue that in either league, I easily could. But I was fortunate enough that when it was time to get clients, I had clients because I built those relationships and it turned into, something bigger.
Definitely. I think a lot of misconceptions is that, like you said, as soon as you get certified, you're going to sign a first round draft pick and you're going to be out of here. Most of the time, that's not the case. So my suggestion and my advice would be you're in law school or, you have a degree in something else, always have multiple streams of income, work the agent thing always, but also have you something steady. And then when you get to the point where you can just do the agency, situation, do that. But if you're a lawyer, I would always have something going on. Be mindful though, if your passion is being a sports agent, never take on a situation that's going to prohibit you from, being a sports agent. Because some jobs, it might not work out. Because when you be a sports agent, you can't be quiet. When I first started, I thought like I'm certified, but I was, I wasn't telling a lot of people. Well, you're not going to get clients. You have to kind of be out there when you're a sports agent. You have to be on social media. You have clients and they do good. You need to promote it because other people see what you're doing. If they don't see what you're doing, they're not going to know. Out of sight, out of mind. So you always have to promote yourself. So if you're working for, I've been in government on the legal side. I've been city attorney of my hometown. I've been an assistant attorney general for the state of Louisiana. I work for the federal government. And the whole time I was a sports agent, but it wasn't conflicting anything I was doing. And so you just have to, you don't take on situations that you're still not going to be able to do, your passion, if that's what you want to do, being a sports agent, because like Ms. Tab said, I mean, you spend a lot of money just to get certified, just to get in the game, just to be doing what she's doing. You have to put a lot of money up front just to even get in the room. And then once you get in the room, you still got to put in work. But, those are my suggestions. And another thing, a misconception is that agents are and people in sports media, wherever, in any area with the sports industry, it's like we're just taking money and stealing from clients, but we work hard, and most of the time you don't get a dime until the player gets paid. I know with NFL contracts, I don't get any money until we front a lot of money for these guys to train, for these guys to get ready for their pro days, their combines and things like that. And we might not see anything, not on the endorsement side, but on the NFL contract side until the season. The season doesn't start in September. We signed a player in December. So and so you have to think about all those things. Agents put it in, other people in the sports industry put in a lot of work. But it's high risk, high reward, and you just have to do your due diligence. But if it's something that you're passionate in, you have to keep it moving.
That's great advice. Now, we do have a bunch of aspiring sports agents in the audience, both here in person and in Zoom. What is some advice that you could give to them that you would want them to take with them throughout their careers?
You want to be in the sports agent business. I mean, you got to have tough skin. You might recruit in 1 year. You might be recruiting 100 guys, 50 guys, 50 young ladies, whatever, and you might only sign 3. So that means you're gonna have about, it's 50. You're gonna have 47 no's. So you got to have thick skin. You can't get mad. You can't get in your feelings, because it's a competitive business. And depending on what space you're in, if you're independent or you're mid-size, you're gonna be going against some of these guys you see on TV. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but you're supposed to learn from everything. If you don't get a person, don't get mad at the player or the parents. After it's over with, thank them for the opportunity, and then ask them like, hey, was it something that I didn't do or didn't say or didn't provide? And 9 times out of 10, they're going to tell you, like, it might be, no, you did a great job. It's just that, we felt like this person, maybe had, more clients, or they might tell you, it didn't seem like you had a good grasp of, the endorsement side, or you didn't have a good grasp of the contract negotiations. So that'll help you get better going forward, because in this business, it's all about, like Ms. Tab said, it's about your reputation. It's about, you being when you're in that room, you're doing something different than the other guy that came behind you or is coming after you. So it's about selling yourself. And I think that things you're doing right now in school and everything is all preparing you for that. Because all y'all have to give presentations, all y'all have to do, obviously if you're in law school, you got about a couple of weeks, you got these tests where I don't even think y'all don't do midterms or nothing like that here.
We have formative assessments.
So we didn't have all that. It's just one test, one grade, and it was real. But all of that gets you prepared for when you got to go into a room and you got the whole family in there and you by yourself. And it's somewhere you never been before, late at night, and you got to sell yourself. And you got 30 minutes to do it. So just I think especially this school, it builds confidence. And so when you go in those rooms, you can do it because you've been taught what you need to do, and you just got to go in and handle it. But definitely always stay confident, but keep your emotions out of it, and have thick skin, and just like a cornerback, on to the next play.
I like that. So what advice do you have?
For me, it's always relationships. It always comes down to relationship. I say that I am a black belt in relationship building, because if I don't know the answer, there's somebody in my network that does. That's the same thing when, like we said, when you guys are trying to find clients, when you want to onboard somebody, or when you want to work with somebody, it's literally, the degrees of separation are small. You're like, oh, I'm here at Southern and I'm in law school. And it's like, okay, the whole time you've been at Southern, did you go down the street to LSU for anything? At LSU, that's where they got the athlete. That's where they got it over there. So did you? Yes. Like I said, if you right here and you tell me I never been over to LSU for nothing, I'm like, you don't want to do this then. And that's the hard, honest truth of it all. It's like, where are the relationships at? If you graduate and next year and you say, I want to be a sports agent, the first thing I'm going to say to you when I advise, who do you know? Who do you know? Where'd you go to school? If your brother is a 5-star at home, okay, I can send you to anybody. We could talk. I could put you in front of anybody. If, for me, a good thing, my brother is a high school coach. So that means in the area that we live, I can touch any kid in that area. So who do you know? And you have to realistically look at it. The fraternities, sororities, connections, church, high school, mom, all of those things are in your relationship and in your network. And so how are you building that up? Because that's the only thing that's really going to help you. When he said, when you sit in them rooms late at night and somebody like, oh, do you remember? And you'd be like, remember back when we whooped the whoop? That's how it happens. That could be the yay or nay. And if you aren't turning those relationships into something that you're pouring value in, and not just, oh, I'm here because we know each other, but what value do you bring? How is it a back and forth relationship? Because it's going to come down, especially in this agency thing, it's going to come down to money. That money. Basketball, these kids, tournament's over. Y'all got put out yesterday. You think you going to the league? That kid is not getting their first check till November. So now all summer league, draft, boom, traveling, doing, want to hang out with the friends, put the little chain, somebody got to pay for that. So you at the table and you think you want to do this. So the question is, how are you preparing with relationships and networking to be able to do it?
So I imagine as a sports professional, you have to stay on top of the trends and the laws associated with sports. How do you stay current with the changes in sports and in the trends?
So for me, like I said, when they threw NIL out there, that changed everything. And folks don't look at, but it changed everything. I've been fortunate enough that I've always worked with rookies. So for me, it was an easy pivot because instead of getting you after you spent 6 months basketball, you spent 6 months in school, and now you're going, now I have the opportunity to get you at a much earlier age. But not only do I have the opportunity to get you at a much earlier age, I have the opportunity to educate you at a much earlier age, because education is the key. You're giving somebody who don't have nothing millions, and I can give you countless stories on what that looks like and how you can either be great or you cannot be great. So it's talking to people, it's reading articles. LinkedIn is your friend, I promise you. Go on LinkedIn, dive. The people are willing to help you. They're willing to, all the information you need for a bunch of stuff is there. And then basically, following people and talking to people who are in this business daily, because when outlandish things happen, my first thought is, how did that happen? That kid that they said at Florida got offered $13 million for an NIL deal. My first thought was, there's no way. No one got it. You ain't that kid. Whoever told you that and y'all agreed to it and your parents said yes, everybody's a dummy. I don't want to call nobody a dummy, but everybody's a dummy. That's not even in the space of what folks are being offered. So what made you think that they were going to give that to you? And who read over the contract? Who's on your team? Who advised anybody to say yes to this? And then who double checked it? Yeah. And so it's keeping up with the trends. If, like everyone before me has said, if some deal is doing this and yours comes out the way and it's an outlier and it's getting this, definitely. Question everything. Mm-hmm. Question everything.
Definitely. That's good information. Definitely. I mean, it's like when anything else you're passionate about, I mean, you're going to consume your life with most of it. So just like Ivory said, stay with the trends, obviously build a network around you. When I first became a sports agent, I kind of was in my own circle. I had a couple of people I would talk to, obviously, but as far as you need to have a network of agents that are older than you in the business, around the same where you're at, depending on where you're at, and also even younger than you. So I have about 20 different agents in my network. So when things come up, we have a group chat. We just send it out, and so we get different perspectives. And when you got that many people, like I said, it's not that the business is not that big once you get in it and you get to really moving around. So they before long, we kind of know everything that happened because they can reach out to somebody that knew what happened, and then we kind of figure those things out. And so it keeps you in the loop. It keeps you abreast of what's going on. You get different perspectives, and that keeps you from running down different rabbit holes that you don't want to run down. And also, the different unions that you're certified with, they keep you. They do a good job of keeping you in the loop as agents because you represent their players who are members of the union. So they want you to know what's going on, whether if they're getting ready to renegotiate a CBA or a particular issue has come up disciplinary wise. They want the agents to be abreast. So they'll send you the information. You just have to take time to read the article, read the memo, to get up to speed of what's going on. And also you can ask questions to those individuals that work for the union of the particular sports departments, and get it together. And so really it's no different than you being a criminal lawyer and following the different laws at the legislature, that they're changing anything on marijuana. You need the same with the sports agency thing. If you see it on the ticker on ESPN, you need to figure out what's going on and just stay up on game with the current events and things like that, so you won't get caught up. And then once you start representing, having clients, you'll be surprised how many times your clients are ask you questions about things. So you never want to be the agent that never has answers, because after a while, your client's going to be like, well, who is this? This guy's he doesn't know anything. So you want to make sure that, you always, if you don't have the answer right there, you're in a position where you can get an answer to them pretty quickly. So those are my things.
Thank you. So I have a few more questions, but you guys start preparing your questions for both here in person and on Zoom, and we'll ask those here in a few. So being in the sports industry, especially as an African-American, is extremely competitive. How do you guys stay competitive in a field where so many sports agents or sports professionals are vying for the same clients?
And let's double stack, add a woman onto that, because that's a whole different space. But the thing that we have that works for us can work for you or against you. You're talking to other women and other African-American people, who understand, who get what you are talking about. And that's being able to use that to your advantage. When something happens at the middle of the night and something happens to a kid, a mom wants to know she can pick up the phone and call somebody. A mom wants to know that whoever's on her child's team and whoever works at the agency and whoever offered XYZ, they're going to be available. So you have to be able to come in with your pitch, be honest. Like we said, the reputation matters. Come in with example. It's one of those things. I know you've all seen the movie Hustle, but when he was trying to get that boy and he called Dirk and Dirk answered, that's a thing. Remember, kids like that. Parents are still glossy-eyed and they want to know that you know this and you want to know the business. So being able to go in with your tools to set you apart from everybody else, that's something that's a lesson learned early.
Definitely, that's good advice. You definitely you can use your current players to get other players. You might have a guy at LSU this year, and he might be a undrafted free agent, graded guy, but his roommate might be a first round draft pick for next year. So you can build that relationship with him. They talk every day, so he's gonna tell him about what you're doing, everything that's going on with him, and that could get you in the room, to represent him next year. So it's about building a brand. It's about building a network. Also, my advice would be tap in to an agent that's already in the business that's having clients. Because unless you're going to work for, CAA, Rock Nation, or something like that, you're gonna have to get out here and hustle. And so tap in with somebody that's, a good person, number one, number two, willing to help somebody up, and try to get in with them. It's like, hey, I'm new to the business. I know you've been doing it a while. Is there any way, I can possibly, shadow you, and you'll be surprised. I mean, just like this year, I got a few guys that's first year agents that's on some of the contracts I'm on, because, when I was first coming up, I didn't know about it. You could be a co-agent with another guy that's not even in your agency. I thought it was kind of like separate and apart, but it's no different than, in the legal field. You might be, have a PI case and, it might be bigger than what you can handle, and you team up with a bigger agency and y'all figure out, how you're going to split it up. But basically y'all co-represent the player. But guess what? And when you become an agent, some of these, most of these unions, that you certify with, you have a certain timeline to sign a player in the NFL. Like NFLPA, you got 3 years in the NFL. You don't sign a player within 3 years, they're revoking your certification. You got to pay the money, you got to take the test, you got to start all over. So it's imperative that you lock in quickly once you start getting on contracts. And then Ms. Tab will tell you, it's hard going into a room and you don't have clients, because that question is gonna come up. It's gonna come up. And so when I first started, I had my own sports agency. I was independent, had my own sports agency. Obviously, I had relationships with different agencies, but it got to a point where I kind of got stagnant, just in the process, because it's competitive. So, but I was working, I was hustling, and another agency was bigger than mine saw my hustle, saw how everywhere they were, I was there. They would hear my name when they're talking to players, and they were like, hey, instead of us fighting or being competitive, bring your talents over here. We got this many clients. You can use our name going here, and we can be a powerhouse together. And so it's so much easier now to go into a room, and you're in a room with a parent, and they ask that question. You say, well, yeah, we got 20 guys in the NFL. And then you saying you got 1 or 2. So, but you got to humble yourself. You gotta network with people. You have to, if your goal is to be a successful agent, you have to do those things. So, that's my suggestion. And it's helped me.
So you mentioned, Attorney Williams, that you worked with a couple of first-year sports agents. And the question is for both of you guys, what are some common mistakes that young sports agents make in the business?
They just get really too excited sometimes about the process. You just got to temper them down. I mean, it's excitement, it's good excitement, but they think a lot of things you see maybe on different sites and websites correlating to what's actually going to happen. And a lot of times that's not the case, and so you have to build relationships with the actual people that are the scouts that are actually going to these pro days, going to this combine, and you have to engage with them, and because they're the ones going to go back after all this pro day stuff is finished, all this circuit, all these scouts go meet up, and they go through everybody that they looked at from January to now, and they put grades on them. And if you're not tapped into those people, you're lost. So I think first year agents, they think once you sign a player, it's kind of like, well, what do we do next? So the best advice would be to don't really get engaged, but don't just kind of be more observant, at the beginning, and learn the game. And then, as you get into it more, you'll be able to do more. But if somebody is allowing you to get on a contract with them to make some money, and like the guys I'm talking about that's on the contract, these guys are gonna have contracts. These not just I didn't put them on like somebody that I know that's not gonna get an opportunity. This is people that's gonna possibly get drafted or be a PFA or something like that. So they're gonna actually have credit for having somebody in the NFL in about a month or so. So you don't want to burn the bridges. If somebody's helping you, you want to show that you help. So you might not be taking the calls from the teams, but I got 10 guys and 2 of them got pro days on the same day. Say, hey man, I know you can't go. I know you're gonna be at LSU. Can you fly to Washington State? Can I fly to Washington State for you? And that's a big help. And then talk to the agent that's leading on the case, and talk to him about what's expected, and make sure you're communicating while you're at that pro day, so that he'd be in a loop. And that right there is help in itself. So you just got to find your lane, find what you can do to help during the process, instead of trying to just jump to the top and kind of usurp individuals. But that would be my suggestion.
Ms. Tan?
For me, it's kind of the same lines as Attorney Williams. It's where do you add value Where can you add value? And, you know, a lot of folks are excited and a lot of folks are, I'm ready, I'm gung-ho. And this is with anything. Also, are you putting all your eggs in one basket? That's what I led with. You know, you like, I'm gonna be an agent and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. If it doesn't pan out or that kid doesn't pan out, or if your cousin stop calling you, because it happens.
Oh, it happens. Family, the hardest ones to
The
sign.
hardest one. And you think you got this in the bag. If it happens, then what's next? And so the next is, what else do you add value with? What else do you know? Social media right now is a thing. Do you make graphics? Can you update the post? Do you know the link? Especially when there's a lot of older guys who that's not their space and they're willing to give it to you. They're willing to allow you to help. You know, are you free? Like Attorney Williams said, to travel, to move, to go on the go, you know, that's another thing. Or is it just you and you allowed to, if somebody offer you a job, hey, I graduated in May, they say, can you be on in California in June? If you're like, oh no, because I got to do X, Y, that's not going to help you. So you got to have a plan to evaluate the what's next if something happens.
So I imagine there are a lot of situations where a client wants to make a decision that you feel may not be the best decision for them. How do you handle those types of conflict?
No, it's a hard no. It's a hard stop. And, you know, I always say I'm a mix between Olivia Pope and Jerry Maguire, because I'm going to fix it, but I shouldn't have to fix it. But it's going to happen. Stuff happens y'all see it every day. So you really have to know your client and know what drives them, be able to show them, be able to link them up. You know, for example, anybody that I'm like, they want to, you know, have the fast life, or anything that a problem happens for me, I'm like, I can put you in touch with a guy or a retired guy that went through that situation, and I can give you firsthand account of don't do this because this is what's going to happen if you do.
That's good. Learn from experience. What is yours?
What was it?
How do you handle situations where a client may want to do something, but you feel like it's not in their best interest for them to pursue?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when I'm interviewing, you know, with clients, I tell them, like, if you're looking for a yes man, I'm not going to be the guy. Because if you're doing something that's not going to help you in your career, or it's going to put you in a bad situation, I'm going to tell you the truth, you know. And sometimes I think a lot of guys, they got a lot of people around them that just yes, you know, they're seeing the signs, but they're not telling them. So if it's a situation where, you know, they're doing something that's going to mess up the bag, or, you know, mess up their brand, I have to tell them, you know. Now ultimately, you know, the dynamic is, you know, they're the boss, we work for them. But you have to be honest with them. You have to tell them, you know, document it, and let them know the pros and the cons. Because once it goes bad, first thing that's going to come up is, you didn't tell me. You're my agent. You were supposed to stop me. And so just make sure you got all that, you know, you go through all the lengths to try to make sure nothing bad occurs. But sometimes, you know, things happen, but just make sure that you obviously know what's going on in the, you know, in the entirety of the situation, but always be transparent and upfront with your clients as much as you can and allowed to, but to make sure that they're, you know, in the best situation.
So final two questions. How do you guys manage the personal and the professional demands of your jobs? Let's start with you, Attorney Williams.
Definitely. It's, you know, I will tell you, it's always, it's a 24/7 job. So, you know, my phone been buzzing since we've been here. I know it's one of the players calling, and there's always things that happen, you know, because they're riding around doing things right now. They finished training for the day. You know, things happen. So you just want to make sure that you also take care of you if you're married, or you got children, or you got other things, you know, family. You want to always make sure that, you know, you have a nice work-life balance. So don't become a sports agent and start getting the bad habits. You know, I'm not the type of agent, you know, that's going to be, you know, what SULC say. I mean, what SULC said, all in the videos and all at the club. That's not me. So, but you need somebody on your team that'll do it. You need somebody on your team that'll do it, but I'm not that guy. But they know that I'm about the business and getting it done. Now, if we celebrate, you got drafted, yeah, we're gonna do that, but just all the time, so you have to make sure that you set boundaries and things like that, because I got a family. At the end of the day, I mean, I got a wife to I got to report to, just like you got somebody else. So I can't be out all the time with them. So it's a balance, and it helps you stay mentally sharp, and you put things in perspective, because once you get into the business, you'll be around different people that you see on TV. Now they're in the same rooms you are, and it's not that anymore. And so you don't want to get caught up in the glitz and the glamour and forget that before all this, the person that your wife or your friend or whatever, they was holding it down when you was broke. And now you got a couple players, you don't know how to call home. So you got to keep that work balance, because if you mess that up, that's going to affect the business. Because when you're supposed to be sharp, thinking about getting that contract negotiated in the summer, you're dealing with something personal. And the player don't want to hear that. They'll just go to another agent if you're not on your business. So always keep it tight, keep the balance. And also, when you're dealing with these players, it's about relationships. It's about trust. These players become family. So they already know about you got kids, you got a wife, you play golf or whatever. They know everything about you, just like you know everything about them. That's how you want the relationship to work. So they'll know if you say, hey man, I'm gonna be out of pocket for a day or so, or a couple of hours, hit up, my such and such, who's the co-agent or the back agent. And if you need something, it's an emergency, obviously, get with me, but I have to go to this function. I'll be out on vacation for a couple of days. Obviously have everything set up, but they'll understand, because there's times where they might be out of pocket, dealing with things too. But you have to build that trust, you have to build that relationship, and things like that, won't be a problem.
How do you handle the personal and professional
So
aspects of
for me, my aspect on looking at everything is you can only control what you can control. You can't control what that player gonna do. You try to guide them, you try to do everything. So the things that you can control, that's what you need to manage, and that will balance out the work and the personal. For me, I'm heavy into fitness. I'm heavy into eating right. So when everything else can go crazy, it's like, oh, did you work out today? Did you plan your meals today? Did you ride that Peloton that's sitting in that living room? What is it that you can control? Because the brand didn't come through the deal. Folks are talking about doing these deals and these endorsements. Some of these things take months. Some of these things, quick in and out, but to be the face of somebody, to be endorsement, when you giving them a lot of money, when it's a yearly contract, these things take months and years to negotiate and to get through. So the question at hand is always, what can you control? And if you're not at your best self, you can't do anything for anybody else.
So my last question, and then we'll open it up to you guys here and on Zoom. It's both the sports and entertainment industries are all about networking. So what is the best way for the people in the audience and our participants on Zoom to reach out to you guys?
Oh, for me, you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on Instagram. It's always the same. It's Ivory Tab. And that's something that I want you, when you get in this business, to tell your clients, make sure their name is in their handle. Y'all are laughing, but they call you TT. They call you, your name is Thomas Terrell, but they call you TT. On all your handles is TT. I can't find TT. I need to know Thomas Terrell. And folks are laughing, but this happens all the time, especially in high school and early college. The basics. We need the basics.
That's good. That's good advice. But definitely ATTY Shane on Instagram. You can get a hold of me that way. Obviously, after it's over, I can give you a business card, but definitely tap in. Obviously we didn't have the experiences that you all are having right here. We had a sports law group, but it wasn't doing what you're doing right now. We didn't have a sports agent boot camp. I think I'm the only probably sports agent in my class. 2005. Yeah, nobody else is doing it. So it's like, I think we went to Saints games and that was about it. It was cool, but we didn't learn about the business. It was kind of taboo back then. What's a sports agent? But now it's more, open in the front of everybody. And so I would just tap in like that because you never know. A lot of y'all are 3Ls. So you probably focusing on the bar, but after you take care of that, I mean, you get certified in one of these unions, you could be looking to sign somebody in a 2024, 2025 draft. And I'll tell you right now, you contact me if it's opportunity, I'll definitely give you your first opportunity. I mean, because you're blessed to be a blessing. So I'm not too big where I won't help a young aspiring agent, get an opportunity. So you definitely, link in, find me, and we can definitely do some business.
Awesome. So that is Ivory Tab on LinkedIn and ATTYSHANE on Instagram and Shane Williams on LinkedIn.
Definitely.
Awesome. So we have time for about 3 questions. If you guys have questions, raise your hand.
Hi, my name is Array Ojong, and I'm a 3L at Barry University School of Law. My question goes to Attorney Williams. How did you balance careers between being a sports agent and an attorney at the same time, and how difficult was the transition?
Definitely. So I knew before I even got to law school that I wanted to be a sports agent. So, but I also knew once I got into law school, I realized I had a background in environmental. I was an urban forestry major here at Southern undergrad. So I knew I could, do something in law, environmental wise, also, governmental things like that. And that really intrigued me. And I basically, before I took, any position on the legal side, I always made sure that it didn't, conflict with me, representing players, things of that nature. Like Ms. Tab said, you don't have to be a lawyer to be a sports agent. There's a lot of things, dealing with the sports agent business. Even if you certify, you might not be the guy in your firm that negotiates the contract. You might be a good recruiter. You might be a good client manager. You might be good with the endorsements. So keep that same on. Now, it depends on also what kind of sports agency you're affiliated with. Obviously, if you're starting your own agency, it'll be easier for you to do the dual track role. If you're going with an agency and when you're cutting the deal, they understand that I still got my private practice, or this situation, you gotta just let them know up front. But it just depends. If you want to still be a lawyer and do the sports agent thing, or you want to run a sports agency through your law firm, you just have to keep a balance, because some people they kind of run it through through the same channels, but it's 2 different things depending on what kind of law you practice. And but you can do it. I think it keeps you fresh, because it's something you're doing on the law thing. A lot of people that are doing, but on the sports agents thing, it's kind of like your competition is not Baton Rouge. Your competition is the whole country. So you're not competing with just Louisiana. You're competing with California, New York, everywhere. So I think a lot of people get the misconception that once you become an agent, that's like or you're in the sports industry, that's nationwide. That's international. You could be a Louisiana licensed attorney, but you probably can't go to Wisconsin. Well, sports agent, you can do it all. So I think it's good to have multiple streams of income, because sometimes it's a good year, sometimes a bad year. But if you got different things coming in and you got a law degree, why not use it if you can? So that's what I would do. And plus, some of your players, things happen. They get in trouble and they need advice and they need to get out of stuff. So you need to be connected, because you never know. You want to be connected. So get connected, with the NBA, get ABA, stay connected, because you need to have attorneys in every city, especially whatever league you're in. You need to make sure you got a base, you got connections in every city where they got a team that, in the NBA or NFL. So that's what I would always just be still working my legal side too.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hello, Joey Jones. I'm a student at Arizona State. I just got a question about like when you started your agency by yourself versus when you joined the guys. Was there a difference in like capital needed? Like, what's the difference in that? Like you putting your money up versus when you going with them. How is that different?
Definitely. So yeah, when I started my business, my agency, it was a family business. It was myself and my two brothers. So that's three, and we pretty much fronted all the money. Whatever happened, we came up with ourselves. So when I joined the agency that I'm with now, it's a different situation. So it's obviously more people in the agency, and we also have a bigger network that we associate with. So we have connections with with other agencies. So it depends on the player, the situation, because everybody's different. So, but yeah, definitely the capital is easier. I don't have to put myself at risk personally as much as I did when I had my own. So you just, like I said, but I did have to you got to kind of look at it like this. It's better to have 50% of something than 0% of nothing. So.
Any other questions? All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for sticking around for the SULC alumni panel. And thank you for being here at our second annual Sports Agent Bootcamp. We are so happy that you guys enjoyed yourselves and that we hope that you learned a lot over the last 2 days. Thank you, guys. I'll turn it over to our Vice Chancellor, Marla Dickerson, for closing remarks.